Ready and right. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Clerk Boudreaux, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember King,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcox,
Here.
Mayor Brown,
Present.
Councilmember Fellows,
Present.
Councilmember Tucson,
Present.
Councilmember Simmons,
Here.
Councilmember McLean.
Here.
We have a quorum, everyone accounted for.
Thank you. Give folks a second to get prepared. I know I'm getting to the internet, but it'll be fine. I will entertain a motion for agenda approval.
Move to approve the agenda.
It's been moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Any updates or changes?
Yes,
Fellows.
I would like to move the number F or letter F to the next meeting because it didn't make it into the packet.
Letter F is the 30 by 30
Yep.
resolution.
I apologize. I didn't realize that.
I know we put
Attachments
it
weren't there.
together, but no, it happens. It's not. Any other changes to the agenda?
Just a question to make sure there's no timing issues with that.
Letter F?
Yes.
Nope.
No.
Thank you. Any others? All in favor of the amended agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The first thing on our agenda tonight is our work session on the community benefits ordinance. And I will yield the floor to whomever is going to initiate the presentation. City manager, please.
This was a request of city council. As council knows, this ordinance is sunset, and council wanted to come together with Ready and get input from our boards, commissions on how to amend this or pass it as is going forward. I believe council members Simmons and Fellows contacted Ready, and they are here to present.
All right, good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, council, and I think there should be a slide deck associated with this presentation.
You can lift
A
it
little low here.
up. Yeah, the table comes, not that. one.
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, you're just trying to flex for us. It's okay.
It's not letting me join as a. It's not fun. Go to the meeting all. Hold on.
Okay, yeah,
The
we
camera.
have it. We're having technical difficulty here.
All right.
See if it works.
I think I lose every time. I pay this.
Off the screen. I can't get the screen. Sorry. This is the screen I want to share. But then when I go Zoom to share. Hey. Oh, no, sorry.
All right, we ready? Thank you so much, and I'll tell you when to leave it here for now.
Good evening again. Hello.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Brown, council, those listening right now or in the future. My name is Brian Geringer. I am here with David Reynolds on behalf of Ready, Rising for Economic Democracy in Ypsi, the group that worked with the city back in 2018 to write and pass the city's community benefits ordinance. That was passed in 2018 and sunset 3 years later, but has still been sort of in effect. So today we're going to briefly go over what the community benefits ordinance is very quickly, the history, and then Ready's recommendations for updating the ordinance and how to pass it to go into the future. So very quickly, the Community Benefits Ordinance is a law in Ypsilanti that makes it so that developers who come to town and request the sale of public property or public benefits to the scale of a certain number, something like $50,000 or more, must go through a process with a group of residents of Ypsilanti in which the residents of Ypsilanti request and negotiate for benefits to the community. And how that exactly happens is laid out in the ordinance. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the background here, a couple of very big events happened in 2017. The Cross Street Village development on Cross Street was converted from affordable to market rate housing. Given what was in their contract, it was a long affordable housing contract, but then that expired in 2017, and there was a protest from the residents who lived there. There was also a large sort of citywide hubbub around a proposed development called International Village, where folks, among other issues, felt as though there was not enough community benefits negotiation happening with the potential developers of International Village. And so the way the community responded, there was a kickoff meeting for the sort of like imagining of an Ypsilanti CBO that featured former mayor and then city council member Lois Richardson and Rashida Tlaib at the Ypsi Senior Center. That sort of kicked off this process in which Ready began. It held a number of town halls where people gave feedback about sort of, first of all, what they would like to see when it comes to community benefits in exchange for potential developments, sort of just in general, but also how they would like to see this process go forward in the details, so in the individual agreements that come up. At the end-ish of 2018, the city did pass the Community Benefits Ordinance, which made it the second city in the country to have a Community Benefits Ordinance after Detroit. I will also mention here that many people, to sort of broadly speak for Ready, people feel that this has been one of the most successful pieces of legislation and has had a huge benefit to the community. So what has happened since then is that we have seen three largely successful developments go through the community benefit agreement process. So the CBAs, we call them, are the individual agreements that happen every time the community benefits ordinance is triggered. The first one was on Clark Road. Huron Vista is now open. It has 300 new affordable rental units, the first underground garage in Ypsilanti. There is a almost ready development behind the train tracks called Dorsey Estates with 46 new homes, including 23 affordable homes that are in the deeds to stay affordable forever. And then there is the North Washington Avalon housing development with some number that is being blocked, but it's something like 45 new affordable housing units as well. And that is set to open in the next year or two. So hopefully this is just the beginning of many exciting developments to come. And in terms of what Ready has discussed for the new CBO that hopefully council will pass, I'm going to pass it over to another Ready Steering Committee member, David Reynolds.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening, and thanks for your time. So my name is David Reynolds. Hopefully you have in the packet recommendations to improve the community benefits ordinance. It's like a page and a little bit more. So I'll be referencing that. Let me just give a little bit about my background. I retired as the director of the Center for Labor and Community Studies at the University of Michigan. and was a founder and board member of a group called Doing Development Differently in Metro Detroit, which is a labor community coalition that's involved in development in Detroit. And I mention that because that organization's been involved in the implementation of Detroit's CBO ordinance, including training and helping the neighborhood advisory councils do their thing. And even though there's only 2 CBOs in the country, the idea of a community benefits agreement and the implementation with developers has been around a long time. So there's a long record in that, and D4 has been involved in that. I've also went through was a member of the READY process and became kind of the point person to work with the city lawyer on the weeds of the ordinance. And so what we had to do is try and balance keeping the ordinance basic enough that all the community people that chimed in and had ideas and thrashed out what they wanted could look at it and say, yes, I see reflected in this what we talked about, but then have enough details that it, was actually a working ordinance. So I think it was kind of inevitable that once we went through this a couple times, that you'd be going back to it and saying, okay, we need to fill in some things here. And as you'll see, these recommendations are mainly about doing that. So to get to them, there's 10 recommendations that we want to make. The first is that basically the ordinance worked. There was a sunset provision because, we were going in somewhat uncharted waters. You could say, well, Detroit had one, but that's a totally different scale. And the way the Detroit ordinance works and ours works is very, very different. So it kind of made sense to do that. But I think what's clear from having gone through this with 3 developments is that this really was a win-win and that folks seemed happy with it. I think it seems like developers appreciated the ideas from the community, and I think they appreciated the positiveness of the process, because in at least one case, one of these developments was very controversial and people didn't want it. And here the developers could sit down with people that wanted the development and wanted to get the most out of it. And I think the people that participated in this saw that something came out of it, that, things that the developer on their own, just kind of sailing along, would not have necessarily thought about. And I think for the city, there were things that the city concretely got out of it. So, for example, if you look at that these 3 developments, some of the definitions of affordable housing and how it was framed and set up changed because of those dialogues and conversations. So our first recommendation is that the sunset clause be removed and that we move forward with the ordinance. The second recommendation is that there's no need to change the thresholds. Again, when we were writing this, the intention was to capture the major developments, but not every little small thing that you're having people having to go through this process. But it seems that now it's been around for quite a while, that it did capture 3 major developments, and for those scale of those developments, this was an appropriate process. So it seems that the scaling of it and the numbers that detail that work. Number 3 is to increase the amount of time for this. I know when this initially was being debated, the question was, well, you have a developer going through all these public steps, and now you're adding another step. Are you going to get pushback saying, look, time is money here? I need to get my development moving. But I think, again, from the experience of all 3 of the developments that went through this process, was that this was not too long. And if anything, it was too short, that it would have benefited from just giving people a little more of a relaxed pace to go through it. So the original ordinance said that this process is 30 days. We think maybe making it at least 60 days. That's not really adding that much more time, and it just allows the process to kind of go at its natural speed. The fourth one is to just notify the entire city. This comes from recommendations from the staff. The ordinance, and this probably comes out of what was happening in Detroit, because in Detroit, Detroit's a big city, and you had to define what part of the city is going to participate in a community benefits agreement. But Ypsilanti is a lot smaller. And so it's provisions about, well, you got to make sure people within 1,000 feet of this development, they have the greatest interest. From the city, what the staff say is that is a major hassle to try and figure out. It'd be easier administratively just to notify the whole city. And given the scale of our city, we're like a neighborhood in Detroit. It just makes sense that, all residents of the city have an interest in this because it's either public land that's being given or public funds or support that's being requested. And things like affordable housing, it's not just ends with people that are within 1,000 feet of the development. So make it administratively easy, just notify everybody in the city. And what we're talking about notifying people of is the beginning of a process. And that process essentially has two parts. One is a community participation meeting that's open to the entire community to meet the developer and discuss this development. And then there's a CBA process where an ad hoc committee goes through a more deliberate process of talking to the developer and coming up with specific provisions that can be put in a community benefits agreement. And we think that process works, but it would be helpful to better define what each part of that process means so that people go into it with kind of reasonable expectations about what they're getting themselves in for. So for point 5 on the community participation meeting, what you have there is just bullet points that are basically outlining, here's the 4 main agenda items of this community participation meeting. And what it kind of makes clear is the purpose of the meeting is for people to discuss the development and think about what benefits the community might get out of it. And what this avoids doing is without this, you could have, well, okay, the community meets the developer gives a 1-hour presentation and then answers questions for another hour, and then we all go home. And that's not the purpose of that. So you'll see here the 4 bullet points are, explaining to the community what this community benefits ordinance and process is about, then allowing the developer to explain at kind of the big picture what their development is about, but making clear that that's not the main purpose of the meeting. People do need to know about this development, but it's not just a developer explains their development to the community process. And so then you've got 2 other bullet points there. One is to solicit questions and input so people can discuss this development. Okay, we understand big picture what this is about. What do we think it means for the city? What might be benefits that we might want to see about this? And then also gauging people's interest in conducting a strong poll. Okay, there's going to be an ad hoc committee. Who makes sense to be recommended for that committee? Okay, so what you'll see there is that this makes clear this is less a presentation meeting and more of a community participation discussing among members of the community meeting. So that's kind of the big community participation meeting that sets us all off. Then, the ordinance has details of how the city council and mayor assemble a ad hoc committee. So what you have for point 6 is some recommendations on just to kind of outline, okay, you're setting up this ad hoc committee, what is it going to do? And again, by trying to explain in a little sense, what are the goals of each kind of meeting. So what you have in there is just explaining that the first meeting is, a chance for people to get to know each other, to define their goals and alignment and what's their focal point, decide on a process for how they're going to make decisions, schedule all future meetings, elect a chair, vice chair, and then kind of identify what resources or aid might they need from the city staff or access to records or what have you. So it's just making clear, okay, there's going to be this first meeting, you're going to get oriented and set up and kind of go from there. And then the subsequent meetings, just kind of setting some expectations. Again, this is not the literal agenda, but it's just giving people a sense of what's going on. That there'll be negotiations and discussions with the developer, that there might be public engagement or stakeholder consultation. There might be some fact finding. There's definitely going to be some drafting of different provisions. And then ultimately, this is going to be a process going to end up with the ad hoc committee presenting before the city council, and then just showing there very clearly several members are going to come and present this potential agreement to the council. So it's, again, it's not really, it's not trying to hamstring people with here's your detailed thing that you have to be, but it's just giving people a better sense of the expectations that they have. 7 is about just some basic details about accountability, because you read the ordinance, it's actually not clear from the ordinance. Okay, well, this wonderful agreement was negotiated with the developer. Do we know that the developer and anyone else who had to follow it followed it? So this is just kind of basic stuff, like what part of the city bureaucracy is responsible for seeing that the CBA was actually implemented. And so here you have a suggestion: before the completion of the development, it's the planning department, and then afterwards it's the building department. And what you also have here is that the ad hoc committee might want to have a liaison person that can go, and once the thing's done, can just go and visit the site and, you know, just check that what was agreed to happened. Number 8, the ordinance has about a page of kind of for instances of what might be community benefits. And it was put in there because this was all very new, and it's like, well, we need to say something because people, well, what do you mean community benefits? What are we talking about? But they're all very specific, and there's 6 of them. Like, for example, one of them is incorporation of green or sustainable energy elements into the project or promotion of such investment throughout the city of Ypsilanti. Or another one is work with Michigan Works, the CBDC, or other similarly situated organizations to provide training, development, preparation for potential contract and hiring opportunities for local small businesses, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and other relevant businesses, organizations, and chambers, okay? So these are perfectly fine ideas, and it does say that this is a non-exhaustive list, but there is the risk that, you know, new folks get involved in this and they look at this and say, oh, these 6 things are the things we should be talking about, when it really is not exhaustive. It's not supposed to just frame the entire conversation. So we think there's an opportunity, given that we have 3 community benefits agreements, to actually look at them and and make sure either expand the list to reflect what actually got put in actual agreements, or maybe you don't need the list anymore because you can say, here's some of these agreements. The next one, number 9, which is labeled number 10, there's not a secret number 9 that got dropped off the page. The numbering just didn't get corrected, I think, in your version. It's just simply just a detail that since the ordinance was passed, the city charter was changed, so the language should just reflect the mayor's proper wording for the mayor's role in appointing the committee. And then finally, what is the actual number 10 but labeled 11 is that it should also be clear, because the ordinance says, well, okay, well, this kicks in when, you know, X happens with the land or X support is requested. Just to tweak that to make sure that there's nothing to stop the city and the developer and the community from getting together in advance of the process. In other words, we don't have to wait for some legal requirement to set this community benefit process in motion. If a developer says, look, this is great and I want to do this, and let's just do it now before all the I's and T's are crossed on whatever the triggering mechanism is, then you just make clear that you can start this early. So I hope none of these are earth-shattering. I think in our discussions, they did not come up as particularly controversial. It's just more kind of looking at what the 3 processes that happened, and in retrospect, what kind of fleshing out some of the details would have been helpful for folks when they went through it. So, and I can hang around if people have any questions.
City manager?
Just a point of clarification. Do you have the community meeting? It's 30 days notice, but the committee can already have up to 60 days.
Yes.
So then that's my clarification. You said expand from 30 to 60.
Yeah, what we're talking about is the ad hoc committee's development of a community benefits agreement.
That's already
36.
60
Yeah.
60 days.
Yes.
Okay, so we're good.
Oh, it's
So probably should, the I couldn't remember how long it is, but it's somewhere between 1 month and 2 months. But
Nope, 3527 says you have 60 days to meet at least twice.
yeah, so probably should be maybe 3 months, like 90 days.
Okay.
But
Yeah, I think the overall point is that the people that went through it felt like, yeah, we really had to meet, boom, 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 boom. And that, yeah, you could relax the calendar a little bit.
Well, thank you. So we'll open the floor for questions and also discussion, but hopefully we can ask our questions. Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. Before we get into the details and maybe some of the questions around your recommendations, did I hear you at the outset say we are one of 2 cities that have these?
That have a specific community benefits ordinance that sets up this process. The community benefits agreements have been around a long time. They happen more as a coalition meeting with a developer rather than having a law that says this has to happen. But we're of a scale of such that having an ordinance that actually triggers a process and bring people together in the first place makes sense.
Okay. My other question is, I don't think I heard you referring to this, but I'm reminded as you were talking about the Kalamazoo Promise, and when that obviously a very, very different program, but one which created a whole bunch of incentives for people to live in Kalamazoo because their education, their higher education was going to get paid for. And one of the things that they did at the outset of that program was build in extensive study of success or failure, what's working, what's not working in this. And so that was, so I'm wondering if that might be applicable here as well in your estimation to have, I would love to get an Eastern Michigan group or professor interested in something like this and really take a look at it as we work through
Mhm.
and say, here's, kind of a disinterested, objective analysis of how it's working.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good idea. The thing that you have to keep in mind is that the whole community benefits movement, a lot of this is on communities that are a much larger scale than we are. So there's a ton of research on like community benefits agreements, but they're on a lot of them are on large cities. I think your best local experts are the people that went through the process with on the ad hoc committee and with the developers. Because that's on the scale that we're doing it, which is not, big organizations. It's, individuals giving their time, and developments that are, of a certain scale, but they're not, big city scale.
Further questions about the recommendations? Thank you both so much, first of all, for presenting that to us and for coming into this evening. And of course, please stick around because in the discussion, we may have other questions that come.
Okay.
But I wanted to make sure
I
we were
would just-
staying here.
I would just add, I don't want to poo-poo experts, and I would certainly facilitate putting you in contact with the staff of doing development differently in Metro Detroit. And the Sugar Law Center actually is now the national clearinghouse on community benefits agreements from the legal perspective. So we do have people here.
Thank you. And I just don't want you to have to stand here if we don't have questions directly for you, but please don't leave. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to apologize to Member Fellows for my abrupt answer. That came out in a different tone than I had meant it to be. I was like,
Discussion. Oh, Councilmember Fellows.
yeah, I just want to bring up that I believe the city of Cleveland also has passed a community benefits ordinance. City of Flint nearly passed one. I think they were 1 vote short, but I believe they're going to attempt it again. So there has been like some movement around it as well, where other communities have reached out to Ypsilanti to learn more about our ordinance. And with the hopes of maybe implementing similar things in their community. So it seems to have some legs as far as interest in the Midwest region so far. So it's pretty fortunate that we were here and had the resources of Sugar Law Center doing development differently to get this done. earlier than, most other places have decided to. So I'm really excited about renewing this. I think, some of the things that came out of these discussions that I thought was interesting was this idea of the flexibility on when the CBA can start. And part of that is kind of related to the Water Street RFQ that we passed, where, something can staff have said that it might be easier for developers to respond to what the community wants if they have some information on what the community wants. And so that's what inspired the RFQ for Water Street. And this point number 10/number 11 is kind of interesting adaptation of that idea, which is if a developer is coming and serious and interested about doing development in Ypsilanti, but doesn't want to necessarily go through and make a whole plan that's going to ultimately be altered later on the back end, then they can ask to do the CBA earlier to inform how they might, do their final plan. So that was kind of like an interesting idea that came out of this. And everything else, it was pretty simple tweaks.
Thank you. Further discussion? I guess what I will, I see. Can you imagine?
I just have a couple comments. In section 3514, potential programs, a lot of those are government authorities and they have tax increment financing. So it would be the city council would be developing that type of entity. So we might want to take a review of this section and kind of make a little bit more sense.
Can you
I'm sorry, which
It's
section?
35.4.
Yeah, 3514. So you have LDFA, which is we already have an LDFA. It's a tax increment financing body. So it's an authority. It's created by those that are involved in the LDFA, and it already has members. A corridor improvement authority would be, say, there's a stretch of businesses and we want to improve upon that. We could set up a CIA, and that would have tax increment financing to pay for any things that would go. It's very similar to like a DDA, where they capture taxes and then it goes to benefit that area in the authority. So I'm not sure, council may want to still include those, but it would take an active council and a desire to want to do these things. A developer is not going to come in and ask for a corridor improvement authority or something like that.
So are you asking that I know you're not telling us what we need to do, but we need to look at and decide if we want to remove that or,
I would suggest to council that staff review this and try to come up with some, it's a exhausted list again, but come up with some different triggering events.
Oh, different triggering events, you said?
Yeah, so if someone comes in asking for incentive, we would just change some of these. It'd still be a exhaustive list, but we would remove some of those government entities that are included in it.
I see.
got it, okay. All right.
So,
Councilmember Simmons?
yeah, I was just clarifying. So what you're saying is that some of the things that are listed here are not, they're things that people might actually get financing from, but they wouldn't necessarily come to ask.
No, council would
They would
actually have to
the city
create the
council.
authority.
Yeah.
So this would have to be an active council. It would be tax increment financing, so there'd be a 0 year, and then anything coming out of that or above that would go into do infrastructure improvements or things like that.
So basically what you're saying is that on that non-exhaustive list, some of those things wouldn't be initiated by a developer, so maybe they should not be there because
Correct.
it would be an act of the city anyway.
Yes.
Based, okay. Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I believe I know, I'm not looking at the ordinance right now. The section you're talking about is the various things that could arise, like someone asks for a brownfield and that is the thing that triggers the ordinance. Or various other like public financing tools, and that some of them that are listed are not in existence at this time.
Correct. It
Okay,
would take
yeah.
an act of council to create that authority.
Mhm.
That'd be done by ordinance.
Right.
And there'd be a lot of planning to go into that. For the Brownfield Redevelopment Financing Act, staff would recommend just only including the MISTA section since there's already doing a benefit to the city by cleaning up an area. But that is only a suggestion.
I don't know if, yeah, I don't know if Brian or David, you recall this section of, you know, why there's this kind of list and non-exhaustive list in there, because I'm not remembering every single reason why it was done like that. I think what wasn't mentioned is that this was created with the deputy or the assistant city attorney at the time, Dan Duchesne, and so that might be where some of these things came from. But I personally would not be as interested in changing the brownfield one. I think that, you know, any brownfield incentive should, you know, potentially initiate a community process, since that is one of the most frequently utilized public benefit requests. So yeah, I don't know if either of you have memory or comment on that.
I have it in front of me, but just to clarify, is this in the list of
Okay.
potentially?
Brian, you got something like, yeah.
We got-
Yeah, it's gone.
Okay. It was a mouse. The following. I'm sorry, this is hard to do on the spot. My question was, is this triggers of a CBA?
Just, yeah, potential incentives.
Yeah,
So
like the
What someone
things
will be
that-
asking for.
It would be unlikely for a developer to come in and ask for a community improvement authority because it's not just one building. It would be that entire authority.
So the ordinance has other triggering because it has amounts in it. This is just a, for instance, list of possible
Yeah.
programs that
Mhm.
might do that. So.
I guess
I-
my
So my reaction is that you can see some stuff that probably is common in other cities, and that's how it got put in there in the first place. But as you say, we don't have it in Ypsilanti, but
I guess my question would be what benefit does the ordinance gain by removing them? Is it just make it more clear?
Yeah, it would be for clarity. If a potential developer were looking at this, I think it would make it a little bit more murky. So I'm just suggesting that we clean it up a little bit, and obviously it will come before council to review. And if council disagrees, then it can stay the same.
Yeah, I don't feel strongly as long as it's not binding, because what I don't want to do is reduce the power of the ordinance.
Yeah, this would not reduce, it would make it more logical.
Yeah.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. If the authority just doesn't exist, it doesn't have to be listed as a for example, but yeah, because I think the ordinance makes very clear like what, you know, like public benefit of $50,000 or any sale of public land. So like it wouldn't matter what authority or what entity the request was coming from because it lays it out very specifically. So I think that was more just like a list of for example, which could be edited to be appropriate. Yeah.
Agreed.
Mhm.
Yeah, for sure. Further discussion from council, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you for being here. I did attend some of those meetings at the senior center and some of the other ready meetings. Wasn't as involved as you folks were, but thank you for bringing this up again. And, you know, I did participate in the first one, and I have to say that as we went along, they got smoother and more participation. And, you know, it was, one of the things that happened in the first one was stumbling on noticing. And so I like the idea of increasing the noticing. The question I have about that is what that costs us. A mailer to the entire city. And we had talked about this at the time about, you know, what does that cost for each time we're gonna go through this?
So a mailer for the entire city, when it was done following the redistricting, it was around $5,000.
Okay. And so I guess a lot of the stuff that I recall and I have questions are more about execution than the ordinance itself. So that noticing, it's fairly well laid out in there what needs to happen. We had some issues with folks not getting the notices. So I guess, kind of drilling down outside of the ordinance to figure out how that becomes more efficient. Things like that.
If I could add to that real quick, if we do the whole city, it takes a lot of staff time away because we would use a printing company. And then since we're a government entity, we have a meter, or a permit rather, so it would be a decrease in cost and it would save a lot of staff time.
Great.
Use an external.
Be
Yep.
cheaper.
One of the other things I noticed was that timeline was confusing because of the way the ordinance is written. The first steps are not necessarily presented first. So I think in the first meeting, in terms of the introductions, things like that, is just to have a visual layout so people can see what's going to happen and when. Because that seemed to be a confusing point for a lot of folks too. So. And yeah, removing the sunset clause. I mean, we moved to renew this by resolution. So, and the other part of making it fit the charter makes total sense. One of the things that came out of a couple of the meetings was an addendum. And I'd like to put in to this revision that those things that are not directly part of the agreement be presented as a separate document. There were a number of things that came out of Dorsey Estates, recommendations to the city to do that at the time. We talked with the city attorney about, was that confusing to put that in the agreement? How legally binding was it? And there was a question of how confusing that was. So I'd like to separate those things out. There are certainly valid things from the conversations that came out. But I think having that as a separate document clarifies the outcome.
Ask a question about that.
Sure.
Just like when you're saying there were things, are you saying the things that were not for the developer but for the city, that those should be
Yeah.
separated out? Or
Yeah.
you suggest just the things that were depending on who it's going toward? Okay.
Right. It wasn't specifically part of the agreement contract, but it was recommendations for the city.
To us.
Okay.
I'm sure I'll have more questions.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry.
Further discussion or questions? I guess for number 7 under accountability measures, I'm wondering what does the ordinance say that this lives currently? Like, who is responsible? What's the language? Because I can't find that specific.
I don't believe that's really clear in it. I don't think it's listed anywhere.
So yeah, I appreciate the clarity of asking, where it lives before and then when it's completed, so that everybody knows what their role is, and where we look to when we have questions. And I think a site visit is great. It's accountability. Love it. Further discussion, questions? Councilmember Simmons?
I'll just say I see that the Parks and Arts Commission provided us with a recommendation as an addition to what can be considered, which is this percent for art campaign, to say that if a developer allocates a minimum of 1% of the development for public art, that would also be a part of the ordinance. And I would just say that I support this. Not only, I mean, I love art, love public art, love visiting places with a lot of public art. But also just in terms of support for the recommendation coming up from a commission. So I think that that falls within the number 8 in terms of thinking about examples of what could be considered. Oh, excuse me. In terms of what could be considered, and adding a % for public art, I think would make sense, and there's some more information so that it can inform people.
For clarity, is this 1% of the total cost of the development or 1% of the incentive? Because it can get pretty expensive if it's the cost of a development.
Well, this says the cost of the development. I mean, we could make it different. I would have to look at what the actual campaign is. So I don't know this campaign of what they have, but I'm guessing that they're pulling from, but it says, yeah, it says of all new developments or redevelopments for public art. Which, you know, can be expensive too. But anyway, so I would say, I mean, I'm happy, would be happy to look this up a little bit more to see what is typical for it. But yeah.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yeah, as I'm understanding this is when I read through it, it is more just like another one of those suggestions among the list of suggestions. So it's more just like giving people an idea that this might be something you could request of a developer, this 1%.
Hmm.
And so not like a binding thing, but it's just a suggestion.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just an option of things that can be considered, because also it makes sense because some developments might be better situated than others, right? So.
Mayor Pro Tem.
To your point, about the accountability, the only place I could find that was in, 512. Number C is identify specific methods with regard to monitoring and compliance with the provisions of the community benefits agreement. And so, are you suggesting that there be more specific language to identify the metrics? I mean, there's the accountability in terms of the departments that are responsible, but are there other metrics that should be explicitly stated?
For the project itself.
Yeah. It's an open question.
A question for everybody. Councilmember Simmons, I guess, and then
Well, do you
you want to have,
do you have a response before I could,
I would say we didn't get into the details on that because I think that's got to be drawn out of, you look at the 3 CBAs and see what will be appropriate.
Mhm. Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, I agree, like, that language is very basic, which I, that I think that that was one of those things that too, I know just like in terms of the development, folks in Detroit felt that we had more accountability in ours than they did, but then also we're like, it's still not enough. Like, there's still no actually, whatever. And so I think trying to think about what the things that are laid out in the CBAs are actually happening, right? So it's like, when we went to go visit Clark Road, and, I was like, oh, this is supposed to be an accessible free store, and had some questions around that. But like, really, that could be an official process, and actually like who's following up and making sure that those things are happening or asking those questions in these different timelines, I think would already be a benefit, that would already add more just to know that somebody's looking back at it and trying to put forward, what things are, and in those spaces might have some enforcement power, right? Like within code enforcement or things like that. So so in terms of like other ways of monitoring, I think that there could be, but it would probably still, again, like differ by project. And it makes me wonder if it makes me wonder just like if like as something comes forward to council, whether that should be part of our process to think about, are there specific things that need to be monitored or specific thing, that we would then have that we would add that as part of the accountability. Like if that's part of, if that's something that we could add, which is, these things are happening as part of the development process, but also when it comes to council, that council would consider whether there's further accountability measures to add, because then it could be specific to the project and specific to the agreement that's before us, but that would be something that would be part of what we would have to consider.
Were you? Your
Yeah,
hand
I'm
went
done.
Up like, okay. All right. Further discussion and questions? Councilmember Fellows?
Accountability is something that I'm interested in learning more about too. I think in the contracts, there's been like, every CBA has had some level of accountability enforcement in it, from clawbacks to various other things. I can't remember. So I think it's not currently listed in the ordinance as what the various accountability could be. So that could be something that gets listed, but as far as I know, every single contract has had accountability features. Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, you had something else?
Yeah, and that, Councilmember Simmons kind of reminded me is like, I've been on council for all three of these things. I've participated in the first one, and community was great, got engaged, at different levels. But I was somewhat disappointed in this body's engagement in the process because people would go to the meetings and things like that, but when it came for deliberation, the agreement came to council, there was a range of engagement. And the first one, I think that particular body didn't engage at all. And it was just like, oh, and voted it through. As it went along, there was more engagement from, so it's just again, the execution, not necessarily the policy and the ordinance, but it's just like, we need to be engaged too, because ultimately, we approve it, we don't approve it, we amend it, those things are all possible. And I was kind of disappointed in the amount of discussion in those at the council level. One of the criticisms for one of them was also the scale and proportionality. So I think really thinking about how do we gauge, what is the scale of the benefit? When you're looking at a development and they're going to be not paying taxes for 30 years, what is the scale of that? And are we really getting, a benefit to that extent? These developers are not, they make it, the statements were, this is not economically feasible unless you do this. But then, and the point was made, well, your CEO makes more in a year than our city budget for the next 5 years. So it's just like, that's not a realistic argument. And that allows us to push back. I mean, there's got to be some reality. And I think that comes with experience from having gone through this.
Councilmember Fellows?
I always like to remind new CBA committees that, one of the recommendations they can make is just to not go through with the development if they feel like the incentive is, or, the public good is too high of a cost for what we're feasibly going to get out of it. So like a 50-year tax break might be one thing just to turn down altogether. And I agree that, if it's seeming like council is not supportive of a development at all, that maybe those discussions need to be started sooner. And so like a CBA committee doesn't go through a whole negotiation for something that's not supported to begin with. But I believe with every single time this has happened so far, there was some seemingly like city level, community level, staff level, council level support. And so that's why they went forward. But personally, I had my own criticisms about a 50-year tax break. So,
Further discussion? Oh, come, Brian.
Yeah, just to speak for myself here, not for Reddy, but I do agree with the discussion that you know, often most members of CBA committees are not experts in the way that council is, and I think that what the hope that I've garnered from attending those meetings and from Ready meetings is that if the negotiations between the CBA committee and the developers can bring it 95% there, that the expertise of council can bring it home, and maybe that includes how accountability looks. As long as hopefully the council is not going against the wishes of the sort of like city residents.
Thank you. Further discussion? Questions, comments? Councilmember Fellows?
yeah, sounds like maybe discussion is wrapping. I originally thought this might be like a multiple work session thing, but I don't know if I'm hearing much more comments. So, maybe at this point, staff could take these notes and the notes from council tonight to give us a draft of an ordinance update with David and potentially Brian, but maybe mostly David as a point person for just communication between the Ready group and staff.
Yeah. Just want to be sure that there's consensus from council to pass this back to staff.
Yes.
So what will happen if that's the direction, the meeting on August 12th, the draft will appear in your communications. So yourselves and the community have time to look it over and if they have any questions. And then from that, if council feels that another work session is required, we can schedule it then.
Yeah. Okay. That works. Thank you.
Meetings from now.
We don't have, no, we don't.
We only have one
so
meeting
We only have one,
start.
that's the one meeting for the. All right, well, if everybody feels good, thank you all so much. This was great, clearly. We didn't have a lot to, so thank you very, very
you.
much. And look, it's right at 7 o'clock. This was perfect. Thank you.
Good job.
All right. Okay, so we are moving to public comment. So members of the audience will have 3 minutes to address council. I will start with the name signed up on the list. Then I will look for hands in the audience, and then we'll move to any of the individuals on Zoom. Currently, we have a 45-minute window up front. And if we exhaust that time, those who did not get a chance to speak at that time can continue at the end of the meeting. When I call your name, if you could approach the podium if you're able, state your name and address for the record. Sigrid? Is it just- Hello?
Melvin, and live down the street. And the subject is flowers and gardens. I started in 2006 with Growing Hope, the flower beds, and my garden. Then all my neighbors wanted a garden. So now we have about 40 beds, which drives my landlord crazy. Because I got flowers up on the balcony too. So she sends me notes of lease violation and all this pack here and the whole purse full. I've been with legal aid and they got a letter back that she still wants me to take my plants off my balcony. Well, in the first place, the balcony is part of my apartment, my living space. I pay for it. Everything on that is paid for by me. So she doesn't have any legal rights. And just happened to find that I donate money to Growing Hope. I've been doing that since 206. So, and, well, this is her regulations to the garden. She says, no, those gardens belong to management. They put them in, which is, well, you know, my, and, like that, and then like I said, I keep getting notices of, lease violation. This one I got today. One of my neighbor's dogs got close to my bed when I was watering. So it's a lease violation. Like I contacted HUD. I contacted the Attorney General of the state of Michigan. I even contacted Channel 7. Anybody that I know that would have any access and gives me permission. And all this stuff is all needs violation, which basically violated my right to live there under HUD, because my rights are involved in my apartment to live in a decent, safe, sanitary housing that is free from commercial hazard. Well, guess what? We had 3 fires. I'm sitting in the bathroom, and all of a sudden goes boom, and the fan in the wall is on fire. It happened to another apartment, and I found out yesterday because my neighbor came home. No, look at this. And that's not being fixed. I mean, I did go over to the fire department and reported it.
So Sigrid, your time is up, but can we talk later? Or can you talk with like Joe or to get information about?
Yeah, I'll reach out to you, Sigrid.
And plus,
Yeah.
we had a water leak from the 5th floor down. Maintenance didn't come. I went and knocked on them like I
I'm
don't.
sorry,
this.
Sigrid.
No.
Sig-
And Linda there is
Sigrid?
my neighbor downstairs. So,
Sigrid, I'm sorry. I really, we want to hear more from you, but your time is up and we have to let
yeah,
other
I
people
know my
speak.
time is up.
I'm sorry.
But I did put it in that and the building gets,
Sigrid, your time is up. I'm
pest control
sorry.
comes every Friday for over 2 years. So how come we still have bed bugs and ants and all that?
I'm
Then when I go down and tell her I don't have bed bugs and all, well, it's in your
Sigrid.
file. I said, let me see my file. She won't let me see my file. So I said,
Sigrid,
I'm not,
Sig-
just a second.
I'm
I'm
sorry. your
not
time is
leaving
up.
the office till you let me see my file. So guess what she did? She called the police.
Sigrid, I can get in touch with you
Yeah,
after
Sigrid.
and try to assist.
Mr. Brady, he said, okay, Sigrid, what you do this time? So I want you to.
Sigrid, I'll get in touch with you
Just-
following this meeting.
Apartment to apartment.
Sigrid, we will follow up with you, okay?
Last one was 2016.
Thank you. Next, we have Glenda
I
Helm.
was on this case, but I'm a nervous wreck and the doctor's treating me.
Good evening.
People are moved to out the port, but on 4th of July, they have trash all over that trash room and that smell bad. And people pee in the elevator, and I got asthma and I can't hardly breathe good. I don't put me around that. But they talked about the Portsmouth that they cleaned up the trash. Does that make sense? They leave it Monday.
Can you pull your mic down? We can't hear you.
Yeah, can you try it again? Yeah.
I say the trash room always smell bad.
Mhm.
And they don't keep it trash room in good shape.
Clean it or keep it in good shape.
So at the elevator, they pee in the elevator, that smell, that stink. And they don't really put in a good shape to live. And do we have to live that way? No, we don't.
Shouldn't.
That's all I have to say, okay?
Thank you.
You bet.
I'm sorry. And so, city manager, we get a lot of complaints about the building, and I know that we've sent people
Yeah.
there before.
It seems as if we'll need the fire marshal
Yeah.
and the building department go out there.
Because I've gotten some calls over the past few weeks about the building as well. Ashton Gregory. Oh, they both left. Okay. Those are the only names that I have signed up. Are there other hands in the audience who would like to address council? All right, is there anyone on Zoom?
There are some people, but no one has their hand up. If anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand. No hands.
Steve, don't. All right. All right, well then seeing none, we will close audience participation. And again, Sigrid, we'll have the city manager will come and follow up with you, and I'll give you a call as well. Oh, the next thing is me, sorry. We have a proclamation for Growing Hope. Woo! For the farmer's market, so you wanna come up? I'll read it. All right. Okay. So this proclamation is for Ypsilanti Farmers Market Week. And so it goes as such. Whereas the farmers and growers of Ypsilanti provide residents with access to fresh, nutritious, locally grown food through the Ypsilanti Farmers Market, one of the first in the state to accept food assistance programs such as SNAP, Double Up Food Bucks, and Prescription for Health. And whereas farmers markets and other agricultural direct marketing outlets provide infrastructure to assist in the distribution of farm and value-added products, thereby contributing approximately $9 billion each year to the U.S. economy. And whereas the National Farmers Market Coalition has declared August 3rd through 9th as National Farmers Market Week. And whereas the Ypsilanti Farmers Market serves as a vital gathering space for local growers, fruit producers, and residents, welcoming over 800 visitors per week, and actively reflecting the city's diverse cultural heritage and economic makeup. And whereas farmers markets help foster community-driven food sovereignty, support small farms and food businesses, and serve as platforms for resilience during economic, social, and environmental disruptions. And whereas the Ypsilanti City Council recognizes the essential role farmers markets play in promoting health, justice, and economic opportunities across our city, and recognizes the importance of expanding agricultural marketing opportunities that assist and encourage the next generation of farmers and ranchers, generate farm income to help stimulate business development and job creation, build community connections through rural and urban linkages, and more. Now, therefore, to further awareness of the market's contributions to Ypsilanti's local economy, health, and social fabric, I, Nicole Brown, Mayor of the City of Ypsilanti, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of August 3rd through 9th, 2025 as Ypsilanti Farmers Market Week in alignment with National Farmers Market Week. I urge all citizens to celebrate our market with gratitude, advocacy, and joyful participation. Given under my hand and seal of the City of Ypsilanti on July 15th, 2025. Anywho, so I just want to say thank you so much for sharing that. I didn't even know National Farmers Market Week. So when you sent this was something that I learned about. And we're just really grateful to you for opening up the space for the farmers market to move downtown. And also there's everything you do to provide fresh food and a community space for folks in Ypsilanti. And I don't know if anyone else on council would like to say something. Councilmember Tucson?
Yes, I also like to say thank you for opening up the space. The little old lady across the street from me, she absolutely loves going to the farmer market. She always asks me if I need anything. She comes knocks on my door. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, I certainly appreciate the market and I've been there several times this year. I'm curious to know if you have everything you need from the city and how things are going from your perspective.
Yeah, it's been a really great season. Appreciate the support of all of you. Appreciate seeing many of you at the farmers market. As you all know, because you approved the street closure, we moved the market from Depot Town to downtown on Washington Street this season. We have consistently, our average is about, even at this point in the season, we've had about 100 people more every week than we've had in previous years. Lots of our vendors are continuing to be really excited about the move. I just had one of our largest vendors this weekend say that they've had more sales at the farmers market than they've had at any year. And they've been at the market for a long time. So it's been a really good season. We're excited about where we're at, but we're also excited about where we're going in the near future. Yeah.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yes, I love farmers market, so excited. Love to see that it's growing even more. I know that even the first week I felt like it was still like great, usually it takes a little bit of time, but still it was still really engaging with the DJ and everything. I was just wondering, will there be other things that folks could do during Farmers Market Week?
Yeah, so our big thing will be on Saturday. So it's the August 9th. We'll pretty much be having a party downtown from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m. So it'll be the regular market time. We'll have a bunch of guests there. I think the EMU is going to bring their team to do some oral histories of the market and farmers markets, collecting people's stories. And then after the market, a lot of our vendors, along with a lot of our staff, will move over to the what is now University Bank Commerce Plaza Center, to that parking lot for Ipsy Food Fest. So we'll have between 25 and 30 like food trucks, food vendors, a lot of folks from our kitchen there. Tons of activities for kids. There's face painters. There's the creature teacher will be there, a magician, and I'm sure I'll learn about something new later this week. Just trying to, throw a big party, invite people down, and celebrate food.
Councilmember King?
I also wanted to just say thank you. I'm happy to even see in this proclamation that Ypsilanti was one of the first states. Well, here in Ypsilanti, Michigan, we were one of the first states to accept the food assistance. I truly love going to the market. I try to get down there every Saturday because there's so many different things you can find, even other than fruits and vegetables. And I just think it's a great place for the community to gather. So thank you.
Thanks for all you do.
And I guess I know we met in the past and Councilmember McLean did ask, is there anything else you need from the city that we can do to provide a better partnership?
Yeah, I think I'd be doing a disservice if I didn't mention we are a 501c3 nonprofit. So we accept money in all sorts of forms from government entities, from individuals, from businesses that you might work at. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's been a really good season. There's some things we're thinking about for how we continue to invest in and make the space welcoming and beautiful and exciting that I would need more time than right now to share completely, but happy to meet with anybody to talk about those things. If I were to like name one thing that is, maybe I'll name two things that are like top of mind right now. One is shade, because the earth is continuing to get hotter, which isn't good for vegetables that are sitting out in the sun, and it's not good for people either. So trying to think strategic, like we've been trying to think strategically about things we can do to create more shade, but a lot of those things would be more infrastructural. So that's partnering with both, potentially businesses on that street, the city, but also trying to think long term about how we have, thriving, walkable, enjoyable spaces. And the other that you highlighted, we were, the third farmers market in the state to accept food assistance, and we continue to participate and advocate and be involved in advocacy around food assistance for our community. It's been especially a highlight this year with a lot of the cuts that have happened federally, but continue to travel back and forth to the Capitol, meeting with our legislators about how we can continue to support things like SNAP and SNAP Ed specifically, which, if you don't know, SNAP Ed has been cut from the federal budget, and that's a lot of the work that happens for, in our very local space, we have a SNAP Ed funded food navigator who's at the market. Their name is Cass. You may have met them. They do food samplings. They do education around how to use the food that you get at your farmer's market. But I don't know the numbers just for our county or for our state, but I know like MSU Extension has 120 full-time people who were under this program, doing all sorts of really incredible work that like we haven't had to do, we haven't had to pay for. It's just like come into our space and done all of this education for SNAP eligible folks. And all of that funding is gone. So not saying that it is a big hole to fill, and we're trying to think strategically and creatively about how we continue to support our communities, can continue to be on the leading edge of supporting, making food accessible to everybody, making local food accessible to everybody, because at the end of the day, that is what we're about. and believe that that's what our community deserves.
And then can you tell the time of the event again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the market, it's the normal time, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then the food fest will be 12:30 to 7:30.
Thank you.
Absolutely. You all.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're moving into our first and only ordinance reading. And Councilmember McLean, you have that.
Mayor, this is resolution number, is that right? Resolution number 2025-141. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the proposed ordinance number 1449 entitled an ordinance to amend chapter 46 Ethics, Article 2, Board of Ethics, Section 46-32B, term limits be approved upon first reading. I so move.
It's been moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson.
Council, this was, during the last meeting, there was some discussion during the, Board and Commission work session about eliminating that section of the Ethics Board so that people that want to serve continue to do so. So this would be that first step. There are some other items within the ordinance, that I think we should update, but starting here so we can get that board operational is first on mine.
Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. So City Manager said a few of the things that I wanted to mention as well, but it seems like this is low hanging fruit for us right now. No reason not to do it. It's also the case that we currently have no one on the Board of Ethics, but we have people that are willing to serve. I further understand. But several of those folks have already been on it, and so term limits is preventing them from taking those positions potentially. And I wouldn't ask the city manager or the clerk, but I don't believe we have other commissions with term limits, do we?
There is one, YPAC has one, so we'll be bringing that forward as well, but they don't have any expirations until at least 2026, so there's a little bit more time.
No, the term limit's a single term as well?
2 terms.
2 terms. So this is the strictest term limits we've got
Correct.
for anybody. And I'm not a fan of term limits to begin with, but particularly those that are this stringent. So
Councilmember Simmons.
Thanks. So just a couple of quick questions. One, I was wondering about what might be the reason for the term limits. Like, why would they be added in the first place?
So I'm not entirely sure that this would have been created in the last charter update in the 90s, but I have a feeling that it had something to do with it's a 5-year term, so perhaps they're not actually worried about getting reappointment if a council becomes angry with any certain member. So the term is longer than councils. And then if they don't have another term limit, they might not feel as if they owe anything to specific council.
I see. And then the other question I have is, just in terms of like people who are interested from the folks who've already applied, are there not any that haven't previously served? Right? Because it sounds like there might be some people who are interested who have previously served, but there also might be people who haven't. Is that the case?
I think so,
There are
yes.
some. There are some who haven't
Or
served.
4. Yeah.
Well, you said there's 4 who haven't served yet. So I guess the question, I mean, I'm not like, I don't have like strong feelings on this. I don't know. I think it's interesting, this idea of, people feeling like they can do things without council being upset. I mean, it seems that it's the same kind of thing with like elected officials. People say, oh, like we won't do things because we might not get elected again. I mean, in general, I feel like a commission's much lower barrier for that, or yeah, like seems anyway. But the but I also just wonder about whether we would fast track people who have been on there previously over people who haven't, and kind of why we would do that, as opposed to also encouraging more folks to engage. So I don't know if there's people that, folks would want to bring forward immediately in order to get on the ethics committee. I know we've named that this hasn't had, there hasn't been anybody on there for a while. So I just wonder you know, about what that mix might look like, or kind of why it feels like now, if there were other people who were also interested.
Councilmember McLean.
I'll simply say, Mayor, by way of response, I have all of one person currently in mind that might serve on this. But that is who should serve is a whole different question than should we have term limits that limit who can serve. And so I'm certainly open to discussions about who would serve, but that's a different conversation. And in full transparency, there's just one person that I can think of that I happen to know who's been on it before, and I've talked to him about potentially being on it again. That's as far as it goes. The 4 people that have applied, I don't know them. They might be good. I don't know.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yeah, I had to comment about other things, but I did appreciate, I think it was Lori that sent us a list of 4 people the last year that have applied, and I'm a little behind on emails, but I am trying to follow up with some of them. And hope to bring maybe something next agenda as far as at least one appointment. And my comments were more about other potential updates to this, like another, again, we could update this to be in line with our current charter, because there's a couple lines in here that says, the mayor shall, with the majority consent of city council. So it could either say the mayor and or the mayor or 2 council members, or city council can appoint members of the Board of Ethics. So just that small update to keep it in line. I know that the charter stuff supersedes this anyway, but if we're updating it now, we might as well just update that language. And there's also this part where it says initial board members shall be selected by the mayor to serve as board chair until a new chair is elected by majority of Board of Ethics, which I don't see in our other commissions. I believe that just the commissions are able to select their own chair. So that might be another thing that we can edit if we wanted to, just to be, allow the board to elect their own chair. And then I was surprised when looking through this that there wasn't the rule around having equal representation between Republicans and Democrat, or different parties. Because I recall that was always something that was mentioned, but it's not in here. Is that somewhere else?
No, it isn't.
It is in here?
That's not going to be the whole ordinance that's there. That would be,
This is just
this is just
of office. This is just that section.
I see.
and unfortunately, since these items weren't noticed, we can't just add them without having another public hearing.
Really? Okay.
But those, we definitely can make those changes.
So
Yeah.
if we notice it when this is supposed to come, it's a whole different, let's start over. Then.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could also do is on the 12th, make some edits to this and then forward it to council, and council can make a determination if that's good, and then we can get it on for the next meeting.
Because I guess the thing I would propose then is because there has been discussion about that party rule as well, like maybe we would want to change that when we're changing this. Is there interest on council just to edit that out as well?
I would support that.
So it wasn't noticed.
I know, I'm
Okay,
bringing up as if this gets
Future.
re-edited. Yeah, because I think city manager, you had said the workaround has been to appoint 3 Democrats and 3 independents or something, but
Yeah, so we would usually in the past, this has only been active once when I was here, so it was 3 Democrats and then 2 independents. So it's, I agree, it makes it difficult to build that board in this community, and I think it harms it more than it helps.
Thank you. So I'm going to pause and open the public hearing. So if there's any members of the audience who would like to address council on this matter, please raise your hand. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Any hands? Let's see anybody say that. No.
All right, seeing none, Councilmember McLean, you can close the public hearing.
Resolution 2025-142, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the public hearing for proposed ordinance number 1449, entitled an ordinance to amend chapter 46 Ethics, Article 2, Board of Ethics, Section 46-32B, term limits, be officially closed. I so move.
Moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Tucson as well. All right, so back to discussion on the removal of the term limits. And this is pretty simple. I support this. I don't know how much more discussion there is from other folks, but
Yeah, I'll just express the floor just to, get people on this board so we can get the work done.
all right. So if there's no further discussion, like, would you all please call the roll?
Well,
Oh, Councilmember Fellows.
so does that mean, so we can vote on this piece, but then the other piece might come back to review?
It'll have to be noticed and come in a different.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it would be, start the process over. So on the next, I would notice this for the 12th, and then it would include the first reading of the removing of the party affiliation and then updating it to match the charter.
I see. Okay.
Like, would you all please call the roll?
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson, you have 143.
So resolution number 2025-143, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the city has an interest in protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the community, and whereas the city has a master plan that reflects the policy goals of the city, including the guiding value that Ypsilanti is a great place to do business, especially the green and creative, and whereas the applicant Eastern Michigan University Credit Union intends to provide public benefits in this development, and whereas the Planning Commission recommends the City Council approve the planned unit development, and now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council adopt ordinance number 1446 entitled EMCU Planned Unit Development and approve the associated planned unit development on second and final reading, and I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Joe? Anything? Good evening.
Good evening. This is the second reading. I don't know if council has any questions.
Questions from councilors for Director Myers? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons.
Oh, she stepped out.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows, you have 144.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas YCUA Board of Commissioners approved a recommendation to City Council for water and readiness to serve rate increase, and whereas the proposed increase of 4.75% to city division customers would become effective September 1st, 2025, and whereas the Great Lakes Water Authority's water charge increase to YCUA was 5.69%, which becomes effective July 1st, 2025. And now therefore be it resolved that the City of Ypsilanti City Council approved the readiness to serve water rate increase ordinance number 1447 upon second and final reading. And I so move.
Support.
Been moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Tucson.
Council, this is a second reading for the yearly rates ordinance to come through. Dwayne Harrigan from Yucca is here, as well as one of our members of the board, Mike Beaudry, to answer any questions you might have.
Are there questions from council? I know that we did get some additional information emailed to us from Luke as well prior, and he told us that you all would be here, so. Any questions? Oh. You can come.
Yes.
But yes, we did.
Yeah, I'll have questions. I have no.
Oh, go ahead, yeah. So you all can come, she has. Sorry. Uh-oh. Good evening.
1206 Westmoreland, Ypsilanti. And this is
Dwayne Harrigan, the
Dwayne,
finance director.
he's the finance director, Dwayne Harrigan.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows?
Hi. Yeah, I really appreciate that the presentation was put in the packet. It was very thorough, a lot of numbers at the end there. Definitely like some of the questions I had around this were answered because of that presentation and the reports. There is something that wasn't in there that I'm still, I probably could have found on my own if I kept digging, but I don't know if you have that information offhand. I'm really trying to understand what, because we see the percentage rate increases, you know, for, and some of the other communities nearby are listed, like Ypsi Township, but I don't know what their rates are currently. So what are the current rates for Ypsi Township, Pittsfield, Superior, Augusta, Sumter, York, so we can actually see, you know, where
We have
Ypsilanti is landing?
that Luke or myself can send you. Now, the one thing that's a little different than us is most municipalities, you raise the rates at the beginning of the year or during the summer. So you're comparing it to this rate would be, I don't know what's the right thing is comparing to what it is now that's going to change in 5 months, or we don't know what a lot of them are doing in 5 months, but it still gives you an idea. And we do have something now with me, or we can, Luke or myself can send you.
Some of the water rates are dependent upon how much water you're using. And we pay by the unit to Great Lakes Water. And the funny thing about that is the more you use, the less you pay in terms of per unit. If there's a volume issue here. When we lost Ford Motor Company, when we lost GMAD, when we lost Willow Run Airport, different other places like that, our volume started sinking down. And the cost per unit from Great Lakes started going up because they have a readiness to serve us too. So they have to charge a little bit more per unit if you don't use the volume. So we want to see things like our volume increase as you have more units, more apartment buildings, more building and businesses coming into your community. Our rates are going to go down because the use will go up per unit, the cost per unit will. So we're hoping, for example, Augusta Township is talking about a computer center out there. Now, a lot of people are against that in Augusta Township, but I have to say we're kind of in favor of it because that means that a lot more volume will be going through. They'll be buying that themselves, and our cost per unit will start going down with Great Lakes. So the more we can sell, the more we can develop, the better off we'll all be. The community will be too.
The one thing I was going to add to that is different municipalities charge differently. Like Mike just mentioned, we charge per unit, which is 100 cubic feet of water. Some places charge per 1,000 gallons, which is a different amount. And also the writing service is different. So what we do to make it apples and apples is we take an average of 10 units. So what we use, the chart you saw last month, is what your average bill for a resident is. We use 10 units. So we'll use 10 units for the other municipalities and get, here's what the cost is. So some of that's at 2 units, it might be different then somebody at 10 units or at 15 units, but we just use 10, just so you know, when we do that or send it, it's based on 10 units.
Okay, I'm sorry, I had a couple more, because you kind of brought up the consumption piece too, and I think maybe you weren't here at our last meeting, but we did talk about the data centers and consumption for quite a bit, which is probably not, there's not a lot of support in this area in the community for a data center, but I guess just the comment on that part about like the increased consumption as a way to kind of manage the cost per unit. I do worry that this is what like economists use this term perverse incentive, where we are incentivizing people, the people are incentivized to make a problem worse, because it's not necessarily good that we're going to try to use as much water as possible, as far as we have a finite resource planet. So I'm just worried of these kind of like strategies for dealing with water usage, like based on consumption, which I aired a lot at the last meeting, but just bringing it up again, like I do think we need to figure something else out for the long term, because what we were told last week was that the percentage increase is going to keep increasing itself every year. Like those percentages will go up too. So that doesn't sound very good to me. And I think that city governments have to start using the negotiating power to actually negotiate lower rates at this point.
Well, we're dealing with, you're absolutely right. No one wants to see a wasting of water. No one wants to see faucets running all over the place and you know, $1,000 water bills or anything like that. That's scary. But what we do want to see is a volume return, because we're growing. There's more people coming to Michigan. There's more people coming to Ypsilanti. We're growing as a unit, and you know, it will pay off in the long run. But we're just one community, or one actually authority out of many. We serve both Macomb County, Great Lakes serves Macomb County, and Oakland County and Wayne County and all of those counties, and we're kind of on the fringe being here. And we pay for a lot of different things in your water bill. We're paying for some growth. We'll be paying for the construction that's going to be coming up soon. You know, when we go through and redo the water mains down on Harriet, that's coming up pretty soon. So a lot of things are going to go into your costs as a water consumer, and hopefully it's spread out over a large group of people. Yes.
Oh, I didn't.
I'm sorry, this goes to the mayor, not.
No, it's okay.
I had another
I didn't know
minor
if you had another question.
I had a minor question, but it might be just what I'll learn when you send the rates over of the surrounding communities. But I was looking at all the different figures that were there, and the one that stuck out to me was just the operating revenue of 48 or 49 million, and how that increased to 50.4 million, and it was a 3.17% increase. And so I'm just kind of wondering why maybe that isn't, the increases are exceeding that number, if it's mostly capital improvement or something
Little bit
else.
of everything. Because you have decreasing volume, a 3% rate increase doesn't bring in 3% more money. When you have less volume, for instance, I'm just going to throw out a number. A 3% might bring in 1.5% more money, because you have less money on the higher rate, or less volume on that higher rate. But along with those, yes, there's capital, the Great Lakes bill that Luke talked about last month. So that's to try to keep the rate low. We really worked on hard, keep the expenses from going up too much.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yes, I have a few questions as well. One is, so the ready to service charge, I was just wondering, how often does that change, and if that's the same for each municipality?
Each municipality does it differently. It's not consistent. We have increased it along with the rates, the consumption or the commodity charge, which is the per unit charge. So since we've instituted it back in 2018, we've increased the readiness service and the consumption or the consumption charge the same.
So you got,
But
you
other
raise
than-
them, you tie them together. So then all the municipalities within Yucca have a different service charge,
No,
ready to service charge.
the township and the city are the only one that has a ready service. The contract communities is what we call it, Pittsfield, Augusta. They just have a consumption because the readiness service is charged per meter. Augusta, Pittsfield, they have 4 or 5 meters per unit, and it's based on volume is with them.
We charge them by how much we send them. Now, each individual here, as a residence or as a business, they get charged by how much they consume. It goes through their individual. But we have a meter that goes on the large water main that goes to, say, Pittsfield Township or Augusta Township or any of the others. So they know, we know how much they get, but they take care of their own readiness.
So is that, well, I guess, because one of the questions, so part of this is, so you're saying the city and the township have the same rate?
No, they both have ready to serve and a consumption charge. Pittsfield, Augusta, York, Sumter, Superior,
We have different ready to services.
we have ready to service.
don't have
They do not.
No, but you said the township does.
Yes.
I'm
They're
trying to,
different because we have different, I think Luke addressed this last time in that because there's different infrastructure projects within each jurisdiction, they're ready to
that's
serve.
the ready to service is based on what infrastructure?
Right, so the projects that we have going like Harriet Street and things like that.
So
we're
they
get-
would have
We're getting
higher.
charged for that as a ready to service, whereas Ipsy Township isn't getting charged for that project because it's not in the township.
Yeah, so they would have, because they have more, like, based on that list, they would have more. I guess my
Going
question,
Forward, right now, you have more, I'm gonna throw some numbers out. Operating expense wise, it's about a 75-25 split where the township has 75% of the flow, the city has 25. But on the debt, it's a more like 55-45 because of the water street, which fortunately is coming off in the next 2 years.
so then we might see a shift is what you're,
Oh,
what this might look
there would
like
be
is a shift in that. Because that's helpful, because when I was looking at the flow as an example, I was like, we're around like under 12%, and both Pittsfield and Ipsy Township are well over 36%. And so then that's why I was like, wait a second, how does this work out? So that's helpful that this number would shift based on the different projects that are happening in the city. Okay, thank you for that. For that clarification. Another one, this is for clarity, just because I'm trying to, as I'm reading all the different pieces. This is great, y'all. My eyes were crossing by the time I got to the end of that document, though. But I was looking at it, and it looked like, for instance, the water purchase from Great Lakes, it looked like that was going down over time. So I know we only went up to fiscal year, I think maybe 23 or 24. But then the operating expenses for wastewater, there was a big increase in fiscal year 23 and 24. So I was just trying to, because one of the things I've been hearing is that Great Lakes, so that is increasing. Is that just that the flow of what we're purchasing was going down, but the rate that they were charging for that flow is going up? And then why was there that big jump in those fiscal years for wastewater?
Well,
I'm sorry, wastewater and drinking water are two totally different. So we buy drinking water from Great Lakes, but we take care of our own wastewater. It goes to the plant. On township and out by Willow Run. We treat our own out there. So that cost goes up and down.
The wastewater is more a significant portion of wastewater is tied to weather, rain. So especially now that you have a lot more consumption or conservation, when it's dry out, you still, have people watering their yards. But when it rains out, there's a lot of infiltration into the sewer system. That goes up. And you also, with the wastewater, we have Western Township Utility Authority as a customer, which we don't have as a water customer. And that is Plymouth, Canton, Norfolk. That is over 50% of our flow.
Mm-hmm.
So that is what comes from them affects the plant drastically.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I noticed that too. Cause I was like, first I was like, who are these folks? Or what is this, group? But then, it seemed like that contract had started before. So I wasn't sure if there was something specifically about these fiscal years, but if you're saying that those could be that because there was increased rain flow, right? Which we know we're in midst of as we think about
Yeah.
climate that.
I mean, I'm looking at it right now, 21, 22, 13 billion units, 22, 23, 11.8. So a drop of almost 10%. And then back up in 23, 24 to 12.6. First, water is a lot more consistent. Wastewater is driven a lot by the weather and rain and snow from the standpoint of, if I remember correctly, 2 winters ago, we had not a lot of snow, but we had that one big snow in end of January or December, early January, but not much rest of the year. That evaporated, melted slowly over the spring, versus this past winter, we had a lot of snow. That snow melt, when, again, it happens quickly with the rain or hot weather, that causes a lot more I&I.
Also, if you could try to remember that Ypsilanti's infrastructure of water and sewage is more than 100 years old. And the township is about 50. And so maybe 50 years old or less in many parts of. So that doesn't take as much maintenance and as much repairs. But the city, we still have some very, very old piping. And every time we get into a place like Harriet Street down there, we're going to have to replace some pipes. And it's not the only place that we're going to have to concentrate on.
And not to drag this on even more, but another thing that's different, being the township being younger, is new houses you're not allowed to tie the sump pumps into the stormwater. Versus 50, 75, 100 years ago, a lot of businesses and houses in the city, their sump pumps are tied to the sanitary sewer, which comes to us. Maybe I said that backwards.
Yeah, the first.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So the township is now tied into the stormwater, not the sanitary sewer, which the city is. Thank you. So again, when it rains a lot, that sump pump runs, we're getting that wastewater and we're getting no money for it.
You're saying from the township?
From the city.
From the city.
Goes right in.
I said it backwards.
We don't meter your waste.
Fortunately.
I know, right? I don't know that. And then the question, the thing about what it looks like, the water. Oh wait, were you nodding when I was saying that even though the water flow went down, that the rate could still have been going up from the Great Lakes?
A little.
And then the maybe last thing I was going to bring up and this is just like naming it, because I know as we've been talking about, like, how do we help manage costs so that we're not each year saying to our residents, oh, water's going up again. Hopefully I look forward to when we'll see this big drop with our rate. So that'll be good to have people to have in mind. But I, of course, looking at like what the big costs were. So it was both in terms of like some different operational and like people power, as well as the purchasing the water. And one of the things I saw was probably like one of the biggest costs that we'll see growing is this post-retirement healthcare, because it looks like there's 102 people who are on it who retired versus 41 active employees. And we know that healthcare costs, unless we do anything about the market, is just going up more and more. So
Plan's close. So any new hire since 2008, I believe, is not get retired healthcare.
okay, so that's changed. Is that when it was mentioning the MERS? MER?
And honestly, that plan is fully funded. So
Mhm.
we're not putting money into it. We haven't put money into it for 4 years.
Okay. Great. Thank you. That's helpful.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I just have two quick questions. So you stated that when the bonds come off coming soon, our rates will lower?
I won't say lower, but it will definitely, I want to be, I don't want to say something that not gonna be, but it will definitely, lessen the pressure to go up. I'm not saying they may, it's 2 years from now. It depends on what else is going on, with the plant or any other projects that happen. But yes, it's money that will come off the table without a doubt.
But it may not be a big amount.
Oh, not knowing what's gonna happen in the next 1 or 2 years, I don't wanna say it's gonna go down X%. But it's definitely put, and today, or this year was the first phase of that. We're up until now, rate increases the increases have been equal with the township and the city for the last several years. This year, first time since I started in 2008, that the city increase is lower than the township. The rate itself is still higher, but the increase was lower. And that I see, I definitely can say I see that happening for the next 2 or 3 years.
And I guess my last question is, and so what are we doing about the pipes, since you said we have older pipes and that is also a part of the problem? So,
The project that's just coming off the books, the Water Street, or I call it the Water Street, but the water lines throughout the city that happened 22, 25 years ago. The water side of the city is in great shape, because of that project. You guys were smart enough to go through the whole things. The sewer side, and part of it is the sump pumps and things that are tied into that. And it's very difficult to fix those things because it's going into structures and changing how things are piped. It's not just the infrastructure outside in the ground.
In 2003, when they did the non-major streets in the city, they did the water and sewer at the same time. And they replaced those lines for all of your minor street. I don't want to call them minor streets, but they're not the major streets. And so that was done, and with foresight, they went through and did that when the pavement was dug up.
That makes sense.
So we did that's a plus for all of the customers. Now, the other things that have happened and are going to continue happening is the state is going to mandate that we're not going to allow lead service lines in this state. And we are responsible for paying for that. So money has to come somewhere. We'll have to spread it out over a long period, a long period of time. But we're going to have to actually go into people's yards and houses and stuff. If there's lead service there, we got to get it out. Got to get it out under. We have no choice. MDEQ.
Councilmember Fellows, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was curious about like what is like YCUA's negotiating power with Great Lakes Authority, like because it seems like some of the problem is that their rates are continuing to increase and they're no longer locking in this fixed rate.
We have a lot of voice.
Okay.
But we're not on board. We're not on their board of directors. We can't, we're just the tail.
We're a big customer of the 78 customers they have. And they did originally propose a 7.9% increase. And there was pushback to lower to the 5.89, I believe it was. So that, I mean, the board approved the 7.9 and
Mhm.
there was a lot of pushback to, lower it to the, 5.69, I think it ended up being.
Mhm.
So there is, they do have a lot, an outreach program. It's very, meaningful and significant.
But they do listen to us when we talk.
Mhm.
We had to go together, the township and the city, to get the volume and be able to build our plant, to get, all of the things that happened back in the early sixties to, improve our water, stop taking the water out of the Huron River and getting it ourselves from Great Lakes. That was a tremendous, and foresight, if we could have used foresight then, we would have been happy that that happened, because Ann Arbor still takes their water out of the Huron River and they have issues. That they have to do.
I guess, and as I understand it, we have 2 residents from the city of Ypsilanti on your board, on
Yes.
YCUA's
Yes.
board.
Chesko and myself.
Okay. And I'm just wondering if we might increase it to another seat so we have more negotiating power with YCUA, and then maybe we can push YCUA to negotiate harder with Great Lakes, because I think there's going to need to be more pressure from the municipal level going up. Because I am very, very concerned about the increases. I know that there's going to be people impacted here that won't be able to afford them. So I'm very reluctant to support a rate increase, knowing that we're probably just going to get bigger rate increases from here on out. That was the warning. So I believe there should be more, creativity around how we can do revenue here with the wastewater shelf treatment stuff, but also with negotiating with Great Lakes. So I don't feel good about voting for something where we don't have a solid plan going forward to either do multi-year contracts with a fixed rate, or some other way to make it so there's predictability into the future.
The items you bring up are part of several different issues. That's not just one issue that you're talking about. You're kind of mixing a few things into there. As far as the mixture of our board of directors, our board of commissioners, I should say, myself being chair, John, and you're the Ypsilanti, and there's 3 on the township. That was negotiated back when the YCUA was formed. And in order to get the township to approve their portion of the expenditure and put it on their property out there on,
Rural around area,
Willow Run area
state
out
road.
there. To get them to go in to do this all together, we needed to let them have 3 votes and us to have 2. Now, we rarely have any problems with that. We all get along very well together. So we, withstanding a complete change in our whole charter, that would not be able to be changed. We're kind of stuck with that. But it really has not been a problem. And if you call me about a specific issue, I'm more than happy to talk with any council person. And certainly the mayor, she's often involved with us out there. And if there's concerns about, you think the city's not getting quite the attention that the township gets, and the whole board is not getting enough attention from Great Lakes, or we're having too many problems with Eagle for the state, we'll address.
You've been great. Further comments or discussion? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, clerk, would you all please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
No.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
No.
Motion carries. The ordinance passes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you have 145.
Looks like I do. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas YCUA Board of Commissioners approved a recommendation to City Council for an increase in the sewer and readiness to serve rate. And whereas the proposed increase of 5.25% to the city division customers would become effective September 1st, 2025. And now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approve the sewer readiness to serve water increase ordinance, ordinance number 1448 upon second and final reading, and I so move.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilkerson, supported by Councilmember Tucson. All right, this is another second reading, so questions or comments, discussion from council? Councilmember McLean.
This may be a question for the city manager or for council, legal counsel, but if we were, and it applies equally to this, this resolution as well as the one that just passed, but if we were to not pass these, what would be the effect?
So I'm gonna hand this one off to Randy, but I would believe it would have to, I believe it would have to go back to the board.
Can they answer? Or,
They could try to, I mean, sure. What happens if we did not approve this?
yeah.
I think Luke talked about it in the last meeting, but because it was asked then too, so. go ahead.
The difficulty if you turn down either the water rate or the sewage rate, becomes a problem with our, what do you call it? Our
Finances.
Well, no. Well, it's really a problem for the finances because we won't be able to pay our bills either. And it be.
The biggest thing would be the potential of violating the bond covenants and having those
Yeah.
bonds called in and having to come up with money to pay off the bonds.
We get our money because we have a covenant with them that says that we will pay the bill. We promise you, but we'll pay the bill. We've taken out a covenant with you. If we violate the covenant, they could call them back. And I'm not saying they're going to, but we may come back to you again and ask you to reconsider because.
Could the possibility of, just because we're talking about it now, if the covenants were pulled back, could that result in even higher rates for us?
Well,
Well,
for a while.
Well, indirectly, what would potentially happen is you'd cut costs and at the authority and might cut a project or an infrastructure thing. And if it's something that's imminent failure and that does fail, then you have no, obviously there's a health issue. Depending on what happened and still having to come up with the money to fix it.
Especially with
Responsible.
sewage, when you're talking sewage.
Yeah. Ooh.
We've got to take care of our waste.
Mhm.
And if not, it's gonna have over that. We want to take care of any breakdowns of the plant. Anything like that becomes a serious problem health-wise.
All right, Councilmember Fellows, and then I saw Councilmember King, and then I saw your hand as well.
Yeah, I explained that I am interested in seeing a little bit more harder negotiation with Great Lakes and as well as more innovation with revenue streams. And so my no votes are to put some pressure on you all to work on it a bit more because I feel it's conscionable to exponentially increase rates on residents year to year to year to year without any without any promise of stability. I would like to see multi-year fixed rate type of plan, especially if we have, something coming off of the bonds. That should be a consideration as like, we're not increasing this year. And we can fix it for 2 years or something like that. That's what I would like to see, because right now it's just question mark. We don't know. It might go up, it might go up. And what we were told is that it's going to be a higher percentage increase year to year. So this is just me saying, please try to take the feedback and
Pass that all
Yeah.
to Luke and the other people that speak to Great Lakes and represent us at Great Lakes. Part of the problem is interest rates, because we go out and get money from bonds. When the interest rates start going up, then our cost of our bonds go up. And if we can get lower interest rates, if the Fed decides to cut interest rates at the banks and stuff, we could get a better rate on. And we can renegotiate our debt, which we will do if our projects still have some money left we have to pay into them, then we'll go out and try to refinance it. This man here is going to be doing it. He
Councilor,
does a good job when he can't, but unfortunately, we're tied into what happens nationally.
that was what I was gonna add.
I was just gonna say more of the same of what Councilmember Fellows stated. At the last meeting, we did discuss this in a little more detail, but the part that is problematic is residents have spoken out to us. Last year, we had residents come to the meeting and state that the water bills are getting too high and they are unaffordable. We get information at the end of the fiscal year stating how many people have not paid their water bills. So that tells us that the water is unaffordable. I understand at the last meeting, it was also stated that some people are not just paying just because they're not paying. We know some people are not paying because they cannot afford it. We appreciate that you all are not cutting off water, but it is hard to continue to see an increase every year.
Councilmember McLean? Oh, I'm sorry. You got,
I pay a higher rate too.
yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't enjoy paying higher rates. I know my constituents don't enjoy paying higher rates. But I have to say that trying to put pressure on all of you is, my colleague talked about perverse incentives in the past on another issue. But one of the things that this could do is encourage you to defer maintenance that is sorely needed. You know, in my mind, this is not about putting pressure on Yucca. This is a suggestion that maybe we ought to put pressure on physics, which doesn't usually work. And, you know, there are certain times where the city is really challenged. And we have a lot of those situations in a city with limited resources. But it seems to me that of all the challenges that we have, one that we don't have is this is an organization that actually works. I am convinced that you come before us having tried hard to balance the physical needs of the infrastructure and the needs to provide clean water and treated water, and it costs money. And we'd like it to cost less money, but it still costs money. And so, you know, I think there's real danger in sending the wrong message. Now, if we all want to, as a council, decide to subsidize some or all of these water bills, we could do that. I have no idea where the money would come from, but we could do that. But I think that there are certain times where it is incumbent upon this council to do things that are perhaps unpopular. And this is one of them. The infrastructure of our water, there's few things that we as a council should take any more seriously than having clean water. And when people open up turn on their spigot, that something comes out that is drinkable. Right? And there are communities around this country that don't have that anymore. And we've had communities in this state that we all know about that have had that. So it's not the case that any of us like increased rates, we on this council or you at Yucca. But I think we have to do the balancing act. I think that's what these pair of proposals do for us. I'm going to support this motion just as the last motion. But I think it's really important that this council sends the right message. And I think to do anything less is irresponsible.
We'll say, I don't like increases either, but we do have great water. People talk about that to me all the time, that our water, when it comes out of the spigot, is like tastes clean, like, and compared to other communities, it is a topic of conversation. So I will say, I'm grateful for that. Councilmember Fellows.
Yeah, I just want to respond. I mean, it gets into a whole philosophical debate, and I'm not going to go in very deep. I will say it is just a crisis of capitalism. It is this perverse, incentive that we have to keep growing forever, or everything's going to fail. We have to grow in ways that, are not accessible to a growing number of residents, especially in Ypsilanti, where our, average income is much lower than in the township. Okay, so it's maybe that should be factored into these increases as well. And, breathable air, drinkable water, healthy food and housing, these are all human rights. And we ought to be moving more towards understanding it as like, we can't just tie these things to who's able to afford it, consumption, things like this. I understand that that's not how our society and our infrastructure is built at this time. But it is capitalism that obscures and transforms rights into privileges for those that can pay. And that is the problem in the situation. That is why we have to start becoming more innovative in how we deal with managing our resources, including water. And it's a larger issue than we can solve today, but it is not upon us to always vote in total consensus. We can vote how we want. And I'm, giving the note that this is a crisis. It is a crisis that we're getting to the point where people cannot afford to have clean water. And I want people to take the issue more seriously, and that's why I'm treating it as such. Aside from that, I do appreciate YCUA, all the things you do. The water is great. The services you do on a tight budget. I understand it. I do.
Councilmember King.
Yes. And I just want to say, we appreciate YCUA. We appreciate you all coming here with very informed information that you give us even in our packets. But it is our job to work on behalf of the constituents. We have had residents say they cannot afford it. They call us, they come to meetings, and their bills show that. The bills that are left over at the end of the year. I want to say thank you to Councilmember Fellows because it is our job to put pressure where it needs to be so negotiations can be better. So thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion or questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments from members Fellows and King, and I think Member Fellows very astutely pointed out the limitations of capitalism. I'm not sure that these two guys
Yeah.
and Yucca are the appropriate point of pressure. These guys are doing what they do. I think the pressure comes from, yes, we can apply our own pressure to Great Lakes Water Authority. We can apply pressure to the federal government that set up the system in the first place. We can apply pressure at the state level as well. These guys negotiate, I think, very well on our behalf in terms of all the members of the Great Lakes Water Authority. There's a lot of communities, and I know that some of those communities have lost the resource. Highland Park, totally lost their water system because they couldn't pay as a municipality. So I agree that water is a right, and there's lots of it on the planet, and there's absolutely no reason we need to spend this kind of money as individuals to have water. But as Luke pointed out in the last thing, is like water is free, treating it is not. And so within those constraints, I think the pressure does need to be applied in concert with the pressure that you guys apply to the Great Lakes Water Authority. So thank you.
I sat in that seat.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, so just to that point, I mean, I think it's both the Great Lakes Water Authority, which, as we learned the last meeting, their next meeting is August 27th at 2 p.m. So just to get that out for folks. And also, pressure at the governor level, because not only in terms of who's on the water authority comes through there, but also as we were just talking about in terms of like lead service pipes. Like if the cost all falls to municipalities, then it's really the state having these, as our city manager calls them, like unfunded mandates, which, you know, so they change something, but then they don't have funding to support that work. And that also then puts the strain and stress on us at the local level. So just to name that, you know, there's lots of communities that are organizing around water across the state on this for lots of reasons, more than we are. But I see this as being one of those things that, you know, can raise up. So both in terms of that meeting, but also to be putting pressure on our executive at the state level, so that we are able to get resources to support the services that we are doing at the local level too. Thank you. Councilmember Tucson?
Yeah, not to belabor the conversation any further. I feel like my colleagues have asked some great questions that you all have provided great answers to. I want to thank you for providing the information that you have and that you have in the past and that you will continue to do. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Thank you all so much.
Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. I love it. Please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
No.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons, you have 146.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the minutes of the July 1st regular city council meeting be approved, and I so move.
Moved by Councilmember Simmons,
Support.
supported by Councilmember King. Anything on the minutes? All right, seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem has stepped out. He's absent. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember King, you have 147.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas ordinance number section 10-270 specifies that the city may choose to waive event fees for good cause shown or individual cases of hardship. Whereas this year's Park Ridge Summer Festival and Joe Doolin Community Day will take place Saturday, August 23rd, 2025 at Park Ridge Park. And whereas Park Ridge Summer Festival and Joe Doolin Community Days event organizer is requesting the city waive the application event and noise permit fees for the 2025 event due to the benefit provided by the festival. Now therefore be resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the request to waive the application, event, and noise permit fees in the amount of $535 for the Park Ridge Summer Festival 2025. I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember King, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Good evening, Director Westler.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We simplified the RFL quite a bit. I have Jennifer here with me today in case you have any questions about the process. Hello, Jennifer. And I believe, Teresa, are you here to represent the Summerfest? So, we're all here, we're prepared. Let us know if you have any questions, or rather what they are.
Councilmember Tucson.
So I don't necessarily have a question. I just will be in support of this. The Summerfest Joe Doolin Day has, in my time of attending it, it's been great. There's a bunch of resources, and it's just fun for the community, bringing in people from other communities into the city of Ypsilanti and specifically the South Side and Park Ridge Park. So yeah, I'd be in support of this.
I will, I'm sorry, just,
You can go.
what I really loved about this RFL was the breakout of, okay, what would be remaining if it were approved. So I'm really glad that that has been added into the information that we get up front with this new budget year, so we can really be on top of, you know, what we're looking at in terms of when we get these requests. Councilmember Simmons, you can go ahead.
Yeah, no, agreed with that. I was also gonna mention that. A couple of just small things and then a question I have. So Under the goal alignment, I noticed that there wasn't something bolded this time. And my guess is because it was like, where would it fit? But the way I would see it fitting under public safety and public health. Based on yeah, just in terms of the services, having the space and really building vibrant, strong community as part of how we build public safety. So and anyhow, so I that was one thought. And then a question I have is just this conversation of sponsorship versus fee waiver. And so because this has come up before, what I've heard is that those are different. Um, and I know that this event has asked us about sponsorship, and now we're at a free waiver. So I just want to get a clarification about that.
So the events that we sponsor are spelled out in the ordinance. Park Ridge is not part of that ordinance, but I would love to discuss that a little bit later on in the evening as part of the overall fee waiver discussion and where we might be missing some events, where we might have too many events, and how we would want to handle that.
Okay. The other piece, so there was the question that was put forward that they spelled out the connection with the community, but not necessarily the financial issues or why they would need a waiver. So
Mhm.
maybe we can have the,
Yep, we're updating the forms for sure, but also.
Good evening. Evening, council. Okay, what's your question?
oh, it was just that there was the description of why there's a financial issue with paying the waiver.
We are a grassroots organization. We are not a nonprofit. Money comes out of our pocket. And we don't have sponsorships like right at the beginning. They come in whenever they come in. And so we don't have money up front. That's just the bottom line.
Hmm.
We don't have money up front. Whatever we have at the end of the year, it goes back to zero. It's spent out. So we don't have anything carrying over year to year.
Mhm.
So it's about 10 of us, 10 or 12 of us, grassroots effort organization, just asking.
And then how much does it cost overall put on?
Now, that's a good question. Anthony does that part of it, but I am going to say, oh, yeah, 12,000, 15,000 is,
Yeah, thank you. And then the only other thing I had was just in there, and I think this is something that's changed overall or might change. I think this is in the fee waiver conversation coming up later, but one of the things that it names in there is wanting police and fire and things like that. And so I was just noting that they'd be available like for anything else on call for emergency services. So
on call.
yes.
Yeah, we've realized that over time, one of the biggest costs to events is when they request police stand by and show up at events. And that's something that we want to spare the events, but we also want to offer them the opportunity to invite police officers. And so that's sort of the model that we're going with. If they want police officers there for security, we don't have the staffing to do that. We encourage people to hire private security if they need to go down that route. Otherwise, police officers are invited guests, either through a 911 call or through a, hey, can you swim by on your shift and hand out wristbands or pamphlets and shake some hands, play some basketball or whatever. So invited guests or 911 calls, but we're not going to stand around ominously glare or, stand out in the heat in black uniforms on a blacktop surface for several hours in a day.
We want them as invited guests.
Further questions? Comment? This is a really great event every year. The number of resources that are there, love it. I love that. Again, it's utilizing space on the south side, and a part of it, the community day, is named after someone who was very active and loved this community. Actually, his daughter was my professor, and she is always so excited about the event. And so, yeah, I'll be absolutely supporting this. I think it's a huge benefit to our community. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm gone every year that I could. This is the benchmark for me for all other requests. I look at the draw and the number of organizations that come in. And so when I get other requests and, Councilmember Simmons is always asking this question, "Well, what's your networking? What are you doing?" This is the example that I think, because there's a lot of people under those tents. So,
We get about 75 or more under the low number is 75. So, yeah.
Of vendors?
Vendors.
Vendor, the nonprofit
Yeah,
vendor.
organizations.
Yeah, organization.
There's hundreds of people.
It's hundreds of people there. Yeah, yeah, it's hundreds of people there, but.
I would.
Councilmember Tucson?
Yes, I would also like to bring to everyone's attention that following the Summerfest Joe Doolin Day, the Sunday thereafter, the 24th, will be the Southside softball game. So if you're having fun at Summerfest, come out the next day and play some softball.
Want to do your council proposal?
No.
Right now?
I'm gonna save all the information for them. But yeah,
We don't need anything from you for that.
Just right quick, I just want to get, because I'm just putting, what are the times for the event?
11 to 6 p.m. Nonprofit vendors will be available from 12 to 3. And they do give out some very good knowledge, gifts, services. So for the nonprofit side, that's 12 to 3. Regular side is 11 to 6. And I will add that this year we're doing a majority of local acts. So we're bringing it back to the community. Melvin Chisholm, his family has been in the community, Burton Court area, for long as I've been here. So I won't tell my age, but long as I've been here. And so his band would be the headliner band, Melvin Chisholm and Clockwork. So we're going to have a good time. We're looking forward to it. We invite you as our guests. We would love to see everyone on city council come by and just say hi. I'm out there at 7:30 in the morning if you want to come early and say hello.
Bring donuts.
Bring coffee, donuts, right? Councilmember King, I saw your hand.
I was just gonna say, for me, this evening is also a no-brainer. I definitely attend. I work on Saturdays, and this is normally on a Saturday, but I normally try to take some time off work to be here because it is a beautiful event and I enjoy going with me and my family.
Yes, it is family. So I do want to add that we do always have a children's area up, what we call the Magic Square. This year, YMCA, as last year they did it too, sponsored the children's area. So we also make sure we have something for everyone that's involved. So.
And there's the zip line.
Yep, and it is always the fourth Saturday. It is always the fourth Saturday in August, 11 to 6 p.m., 12 to 3 for the non-vendors. If you want to come get some gifts, your blood pressure check.
Michigan Works, they come with the
They come with the
I
van.
don't know if it's like a warrant clinic to let you know if
We really have everything. We've done haircuts. We have laid it out. So
I think the county RV is going to be there this year.
You know what? So let me say this. We all know about August 15th, what we all got coming in, but U of M does a good job. They bring their big truck and do blood pressure. What is that thing? Compressions, teach you how to
CPR.
CPR. They do some things like that. So it is wonderful. One of the beautiful thing I love about it is you really get to see all the nonprofits in one area, all the nonprofits around our county in one area. So.
Then the past, I'm just gonna make a plug in the peer pressure Teresa a little bit.
At the
The
mic.
city has had a table at this event sometimes, and that might be something that we want to talk about, waiver discussion.
Yeah. So we would love for you guys to just come out. You don't have to be under the tent. If you have your own tent, we let you your own tent up and, no, seriously, we do.
Bring your own tent.
I mean,
Okay, I'm kidding.
City of Ypsilanti tent,
Yeah,
not
kidding,
just your
kidding,
own tent
yes.
at home. We want to know who's out there, but we do let some nonprofits, because they just, have their own tent, bring their own tent and let people see what's going on. We have a lot going on in City of Ypsilanti and Washtenaw County, and we want everyone to see what's available.
Anything further from council?
I'd work that table. I have worked that table.
Steve's gonna work the table.
He's-
Is that-
Do you need you need the link?
Table with you.
You need the link to register?
Yeah, I'll table with you. I'm there all day anyway.
It's on our Summerfest page on Facebook. You can
good.
get the link.
We can switch off, wander a little bit each other. Yeah, all right. If
Maybe
there's
we can
nothing-
coordinate with everybody.
There we go.
Yeah.
Now remember, it's 12 to 3
Yes,
and setup time is a certain time too, but 12 to 3. So when you're coordinating, just remember, about we're working out the kinks with what time nonprofits set up, because we're rolling. We're actually rolling at that time.
All right. If there's nothing further, Clerk Boudreaux, please call the roll. Thank you so much, Teresa, for being here.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tucson,
Indeed.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, now remember to bring your suntan lotion and your umbrellas, because it does get hot, and your water, because it does get hot. But we do have free hot dogs and
There you
chips.
go.
Well, shoes.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember McLean, you have 149.
Resolution 2025-149, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that an affirmative vote for the only 4 candidates for the Board of Trustees for the Michigan Municipal League Workers' Compensation Fund be approved. Be it further resolved that the city clerk is authorized to complete and submit the ballot on behalf of the city council. I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Discussion? That's all we got.
Yeah,
Only
we're members of MML. It's part of our responsibility to vote. There's only 4 to vote for, but I need a resolution from y'all to do it.
Yep. This has happened before. So if there's nothing, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Stepped out.
Oh, sorry, I missed that one. Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Stepped out as well.
Oh, that was Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem, you have 150.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the attached fee schedule is adopted pursuant to the Ypsilanti City Code, and the following fees related to various sections of the city code and activities of the city are hereby established. And the various city departments are authorized to charge and collect such fees effective immediately. And I so move.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember Simmons.
Council, I'll just kind of highlight the larger changes. So there's going to be a restructuring to the costs of the freight house to cover the actual costs that are incurred by the city. There's an increase to our security deposits to ensure that we at least are covering most of any damage that could happen, and then try to go after them again. We between staff, myself, Bonnie, and Chief Anderson, we talked about the costs of essentially providing security for an event it's very, very expensive. So we removed those fees, and Bonnie kind of touched on it in the previous item. AHB now includes an appeal and subpoena fee of $50. And then the clerk added a fee for photocopies. And that's pretty much all the changes that are going to happen. And we are here for any other questions council has.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Simmons, I see your hand in my peripheral. Yes. So I have a few questions. Too. I'll start with, because you were talking about the freight house. And so as I was reading it, so the freight house fee, I was asking
why it's such a high application fee. And then also, if this would include then the community events as well, would it also have that application fee? Because I know that it went from like they could use the space, and then it was like they could use the space for $25 per hour, an hourly rate. And so now this would be the hourly rate plus then $125 for trying to apply or trying to reserve the space. So I just want to confirm that that is then what the expectation would be.
I will invite Jennifer and Bonnie to provide those answers.
Okay. Yes, because I have some other questions too.
Yep, this is gonna be fun. So the community event policy, I'm sorry, Jennifer, you can take the cool spot. Was adopted by council for the Freight House, but wasn't actually codified extremely well in the fee schedule. And when we adopted the fee waiver policy last, and the last change to the ordinance, that effectively overwrote the community events thing. So this is part of an overall move to put in writing what the community events policy is and can be. But this does cover the staff time of taking and processing the application, finding a time, working with the applicant, doing the appropriate walkthroughs, because I believe most events take at least one walkthrough. And then there are, I'll stop talking for Jennifer because she's lived it these past few months.
Hi, Jennifer. Hello. So, the question is about the application fee?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I'm thinking that, so with the cost for the per hour, that was added, I know. And then with the application fee added to $125, like that to me sounds kind of high from like going from 0 to at a minimum 150, but usually the event is more than 1 hour, right? And then, and I'm wondering whether we then, how that will impact how many, obviously it will obviously impact how many groups are going to be able to use the space. And then, yeah, then the space won't be used as much. So I just wanted to confirm that that fee is also for community events. Because I know this will be a big change for folks who have been using the Freight House for different events.
So I think in your projected one that we do include it. I don't think it's unfair because it really does take a lot of time for that as well. The $25 an hour that we've been charging doesn't even pay for the staff member that's on site. So, as well as all of the other time that's put into it, coordinating on the other side, the administrative side as well.
And this is also something that we can build into the fee waiver policy. That is part of why we are discussing this sort of next and at the same time, because the community event is currently undefined in policy or in ordinance. It is a memory. So we want to talk about, after the fee schedule, sort of a holistic sponsored event. Do we want to, what defines a sponsored event? What do we want to do in partnership with the sponsored events? What we want to do with fee waivers in the parks? What triggers a fee waiver request? What makes them eligible? What information does council want to see? Do we want to do levels of fee waivers? And we can also talk about a fee waiver essentially for the Freight House. One of the things that we do want to highlight for council is when we are not covering our costs, and we're talking about simply staff time for the event coordinator on site, the staff time for Jennifer's position to help people set up their event, choose the best time, find the right time, figure out where all the outlets are, all the fun stuff like that. We are subsidizing the Freight House from our general fund and from our property taxes. So it behooves us to do things in a uniform, clear, consistent manner, and to make sure that we are really being impactful with those general fund dollars.
When we say whether we're covering, so are the staff for Freight House, our events coordinator, are they not covered as part of our already? Like, are these things, are we saying that the staff is doing basically like overtime to do this? Or is it within their salaries that they already get paid by the city?
They are not salaried. They are casual staff who are only engaged for these events.
But you're saying, for instance, our events person, are so
She's hourly, not salary.
so
So sometimes it is overtime, sometimes it is not overtime. But
mhm.
we do attribute her pay to either 101-4420, which is our events account,
Mhm, mhm.
7170, our parks account, or 101-7551, which is the Freight House account. And so, you know, obviously we have energy bills, we have water bills, all of the fun stuff, just simply to keep the building open and to keep it functional. Into August, we're doing a floor refinishing. We were discussing, I think it was earlier on today, might have been yesterday, the need to replace the decking, but these are all costs of keeping the building open. We're talking about a tuck pointing bid that's necessary in the coming year or two. So there are costs to simply owning and operating the building and keeping it in good physical condition so that we can continue to serve the public. Because we do want to be able to do that.
No, I think that makes sense. I guess I'm interested. I'll be interested to see. I guess one thing is how many of these such events have happened, like let's say this year, last year, and then what it will look like in the future. And then I guess then we can then think about whether it's better for the space to be more empty or to be more used, you know, because I do think it will impact. Like I mean, I know some groups that have hosted there that wouldn't be able to kind of hold that extra cost because a lot of the events also, it's not like they're bringing in costs too for the events. So, but I understand that that's not the city's concern. I'm just in terms of, but it would be our concern in terms of use of space and like what else kind of happens in there.
I also want to point out that oftentimes it's not a community event or nothing. There is a significant demand, and generally speaking, on any given weekend, we have a wait list of at least one or two.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think a lot of events are happening during the week. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, this is just from because I go to a lot of things that are hosted, you know, so a lot of times it's not necessarily at the height of the summer and the weekend but yeah. So,
It's not an.
great.
It's really the point that I'm trying. We have fully paid events. We have community events that cover basic cost.
Mhm.
And then we have nothing. But generally speaking, it's a community event or a fully paid event that we build our capital costs into those fees, whereas we don't build the capital costs into the community event fees. It's the operational costs.
Great, thank you. Let me see if I have other things about event fees while you are up here. So, special event fees, I put this question, did they go down and then are going back up again?
Yep, we are realizing that so council wanted to lower them a wee bit. We are definitely realizing that the amount of effort we have to put in even towards a minimal preparation of the space is significant.
Mm-hmm.
So we do attempt to pull forward the mowing when we know we have an event booked. Even something as simple as a baby shower. We're also hearing from a lot of people who've booked things like pavilions and whatnot that they are not in good condition. So we're attempting to adjust our schedule a little bit and do some scheduled overtime where we do send people out to clean up beforehand. That's something that we're going to be talking about as part of the fee waiver discussion and perhaps an internal scheduling discussion because that's particularly tough with Riverside Park right now. And this may be a seasonal thing, right? It could be in the height of the summer at this particular moment in our economic climate or job climate or people's personal lives. People are harder on the parks this year somehow than previous years, but this year we are definitely feeling it.
Okay, thanks. I was wondering what we think our estimated increase in revenue is to based on these changes to cover our costs.
So We've seen inelastic demand. There's always demand. There's always about the same number of events, no matter whether our event fees were higher 2 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me clarify. Not just about event fees, just overall with the fee schedule.
Oh,
I
right.
was just saying, like, what do we expect? Like,
We expect less of a loss.
just less of a loss with the increases.
At this point, we are not expecting necessarily to break even, but rather to get closer to break even. So we are still addressing a lot of structural issues in our parks and in our staffing, which prevent us from being at peak efficiency. And as we work to overcome that, we are incurring some costs. In some parks, the tables that are fixed in place have been a gigantic hit. In other places, they're less so, and the people are speaking with their pry bars, actually, with that one. So there's things that we learn and adjust to.
Mhm.
We are attempting to make sure that the fee schedule actually does reflect what's going on with our events.
I don't know if your question also went to if we increase these prices, are we going to see less interest in it? And I don't believe that we will. I think that demand is still going to be there, even at, slightly higher rates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure that might be some. It just won't be the same kind of folks, I think. So, but I'm interested to see.
Actually, one thing that we can discuss too, because we can amend the fee schedule at any point in time. It's just traditionally done at not the business year, the fiscal year. Thank you. We can introduce a resident rate for booking the parks, much the same as we do for, especially the smaller rentals like the pavilions and whatnot. We wouldn't do that for a class 3 or 4 event because as much as we love the Michigan Brewers Guild, they're not necessarily a resident.
Mm-hmm.
Wear and tear too on parks.
The
Larger events.
Yeah. The larger events are hard on the parks. You'll see that we did a couple of years ago vastly decrease our security deposit for some of our events. We noted a modest increase this year, but it is something that we do anticipate raising even further, especially for the class 3s and 4s, and especially for the ones where alcohol is included. But we're noticing, especially in Riverside Park, when anybody stakes anything down, there's a 50-50 chance they'll hit either a water line or an electric line. And we're improving our process with including visiting these events as they're doing their setup, thanks to Jennifer here. And we've caught a few people, just before they were about to incur a $15,000 cost, let alone, the dangerousness of putting a metal stake into an electric line. So, but yeah, every time somebody puts a stake in the wrong place, it has the potential to be a very bad thing, either in terms of cost or in terms of human effect.
I also, I noticed, and I saw this in maybe different places. So now I'm like, I'm not sure if one thing was referring to something, but the snow removal. So it said snow removal, it was like $15.
That's not us at all. So we might have a former abatement from when DPW was doing abatement, but that sounds very, very low. So snow removal, I think, would end up being part of code enforcement abatements, but that shouldn't be part of any fee schedule for.
So that sounds like an AHB fine.
Yeah.
If your first offense, if it's paid within 10 days, that it's decreased to $15.
Mhm.
And then abatements. It's
Yeah,
around-
there was another one, and then there was something
there's
that
an-
was for people are doing it. So I was like, okay, so that's just saying that if people take care of it, then it's only 50.
Yeah, it's a citation. Then if they don't, then it's abated, which is 150.
Okay, thank you. There was something it said a fee in lieu of providing off-street parking.
So that is, so if you look on the very left-hand side of that table that has been provided to you, there is a Department of Revision, and that one should be part of Community and Economic Development or Community Services or whatever those kids call themselves these days. But that is applicable only to the downtown area and I believe to upper story residential units.
if I remember correctly, the last time it was used was for Thompson Block. It's essentially you're required to have so much parking per zoning, and then you pay a fee in order to have less spaces.
I don't think Thompson Block even used it because I believe all the parking spaces in the rear are ostensibly for their upper story residential unit. I think was provide parking. So the last time it was applied, at least in my memory, would have been for Maze and the residential units above them. And that was probably 2015 or 2016.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm almost done with my I just wanted to say that I did see that there were some fees that went down, like solid waste residential decreased for the first 2 violations. And there is somewhere else, I think. Oh yeah, that was the special event fees. But I did notice that there was, so when it talks about bond amount, so this is another space, there was one, I think there's a typo there where it says something will, but I think it should be with. I'm not, it just like stuck out. But then I was also wondering if this bond amount piece is new guidance than what has been in the past. And if there's not a standard percentage. And then it also said that they would, something about 3 years, I should go to it. Specifically, I was just wondering.
So you're talking about the DPW bond fees for when people are performing work within the paved surface of the right of way? Because there's about 3 or 4 different places in the fee schedule that talk about bonding.
Hold on. So this would be, okay, so it is under, it does look like it's under DPW because it's before facilities. It's at the top of what it says, page 6 of 11. And it's highlighted in yellow.
Yep, so that would have been one of the changes that my department made, and that is not a percentage fee change, but that is rather a duration change. So it has gone from 18 months to 3 years. And that is to make sure that if they use the wrong pavement or fail to seal it, we can come back and have people fix the work that they performed incorrectly. Because sometimes what we see over time is that people didn't get the compaction, which is very difficult to do with these smaller patches, even though we do require them these days to go to the full center line, which is easier. Still, some people have difficulty with it, but it allows us to actually make sure that that patch performs over time.
Yes, thank you. That is helpful. And then I think actually, oh, I did have one right of way. Oh, I think I wasn't sure what this meant. So it said for storage of a pod, and it said it said commercial paid 50, but then it also said something about a fee $25, and I wasn't sure what that.
So sometimes what we see people doing when they're moving or performing extensive work in their home or in their business is that they want to put a storage container, a storage pod in the street in front of their home or in front of their business. So when there's commercial paid parking in front of their home or it's not going to be somebody's home 90% of the time, but in front of their business, that allows us to charge them for that. And because we do review it, we make sure they're not blocking a hydrant or a storm sewer and all of that good stuff. No visibility issues.
All I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Under Administrative Hearings Bureau 18134, allow occupancy without certificate of compliance. Now, in light of our recent escapades and the shenanigans at Arbor One, does that warrant? Is that fee sufficient to cover the cost of the city to go through all of that? Because I know there was a lot of court time. There's a lot of.
Could you let me know what page that's on?
I am looking at the PDF because I put highlights in that before I had access to the other one. But it is near the very top in building regulations. It's 4 of 11 for that.
Is it under HPD or it's in a different section?
It's page 262 of the PDF. But it's under administrative hearing.
Under bill, okay, yeah, it's page 4.
Or
And so it didn't change, and, and for the first violation, it's 200, for the second violation, it's 400, third violation is 500. And so I know we can't make a profit at this, and
Well-
using that as a deterrent is not.
this is a fine, so it's not
Right.
covered under bold. So you can, I think our ordinance only allows us to go up to 500, but the state law allows us to go up to 10,000
For infraction?
for these infractions, yeah.
Some of the offenses that Harbor One has been found responsible for, say in the city of Detroit, is including renting without a certificate of compliance, the case in September and this one, can get up to $2,500, $3,000. If they're, recidivist offenders.
Okay, so in this particular case, they've clearly gone past their third violation because each day that they do it is a different violation. So they're getting $500 per day per unit for allowing occupancy without.
That theoretically can be imposed, however, that is not what is being imposed by our administrative law judges. You can only proceed with a citation that's issued by the building official or ordinance official, and that is the one and only one violation. Even though the ordinance says each day an offense continues as a separate offense, you're only citing as you see it on that particular day. So you would have to theoretically go out there and cite every single day and have a separate AHB case. And until you've been adjudicated on one, then you can't be adjudicated on a second, adjudicated on a third. First offense, you get hit for that, whatever it is, whatever the fine is. Then you're caught again, that's the second offense. You're caught again, that's the third offense. But that's 3 separate visits to the property to identify that violation.
Hasn't Jerry been doing that? Thought he was.
So yes and no. There's a lot of buildings there. So as we kind of get a large batch and then those are adjudicated and then we go again. So we're there often, but we have to wait for those cases to be heard by the Administrative Hearings Bureau before we cite them again. Or typically the hearings officer won't let it stand.
Back to the original question, even with that, are these at $200 for each offense? Is this covering the cost of Jerry going out there to,
So
or anybody else in the
it would, or if a building permit is $70, I believe. So it would cover that cost, but this is more to penalize the offender. So have the Administrative Hearings Bureau up right now. So a person of the subsection can be guilty of a misdemeanor. And if we go that route, and then a fine of not more than $500 and cost of the enforcement. So in my reading of the ordinance, in order to change the fee schedule, we would have to change the ordinance.
Change the penalties.
Change the what?
Change the penalties, you'd have to change the ordinance.
Right. Okay, that's
which we definitely can't.
These were right in the middle of that process.
Yeah, I think Councilmember Simmons asked several of the questions I was going to ask.
Councilmember Fellows?
I'm not sure if this got covered yet. I just saw the fee for the parade 5K or similar rolling closure event at $1,500 per intersection. So is it my understanding that there wasn't a fee before? Now there is one. And I did see that with parades, there would be, officers needed for that. So would that mean that there's also additional fees for officers?
So that $1,500 includes the need for a uniformed officer and a patrol or fleet vehicle there. The 4th of July parade and the Memorial Day procession, both of those are exempt from this because they're considered sponsored events. And then there's also something in state law, I understand. We don't actually have a whole lot of demand for parades and 5Ks outside of those particular events, but that does allow us to recover costs and helps us to make sure that we're expending our resources in a smart way. There aren't a lot of 5Ks. I think the current one that is around is Girls on the Run. It's predominantly on EMU's campus and uses a little bit of Forest and a little bit of Ann Street and crosses Cornell. But that's the only one that's currently out there.
So you said it did cover the officer?
That 1,500 should cover the cost of the vehicle, the cost of the officer, and the cost for us to drop barricades. It doesn't remotely cover the cost of what we do for the 4th of July or the Memorial Day procession, because those we go through and we patch the streets and the routes beforehand. We make sure that we clean the streets, we sign everything, no parking. For the existing 5K, we'll patch it. We will try and sneak in a cleaning. Not always possible, but there's also no parking on that route, so we don't have to sign the parking. But there's a whole lot more effort in those bigger parades and procession.
Is the per intersection fee typical of other places? I just didn't know if that was how it works in other municipalities.
With this run, we are trying to cover our existing costs. We haven't yet had a chance to benchmark to other communities, but at least with other communities, it seems that they also tend to discourage on-street 5Ks and parades that are outside of the Memorial Day and 4th of July.
Okay. I wonder how much the Detroit Marathon costs.
Probably a ridiculous amount of money, especially the one that crosses the border. God, can't imagine.
Further questions from council?
I was just gonna say that the mix also has a 5K, but didn't cross any streets, so.
Which that's the best kind of 5K. Oh, and Men and Women Working for Change, I believe, are working on a domestic violence 5K. They've previously just done laps and laps and laps around Park Ridge Park, but I understand that they're looking for alternatives to that. And we'll be talking to them about using Frog Island and Riverside because we can go completely off-road there. Yeah. We can even incorporate the Water Street Trail possibly too.
Yeah.
Let me add that to my notes.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, would you please call the roll? Thank you so much, Bonnie.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We're at our discussion to plan new public infrastructure projects in city council and DDA partners.
So this was a discussion brought by council members Simmons and Fellows. We did provide a memo on infrastructure cost updates and estimate, the restroom evaluation study. I did forward an email, I believe, yesterday with some additional information. And it's here if staff is here, if council has any questions, and the DDA director is here as well.
Thank you so much. All right, the floor is open. I'll take comments, questions, discussion. Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I'm just trying to pull up this email just to reference it.
I feel like I can forward it to council, so it'll be at the top of your inbox.
Yeah, just to note, this was brought with Councilmember King.
Oh,
So I do
apologies.
support-
Okay, I'm not. Oh, you sent it again. Okay.
Can,
Let me find my notes. But yeah, I am, interested in bringing this as a opening discussion as we want to move in some sort of direction as far as actually bringing new public infrastructure online in Ypsilanti. We have been doing good with some road improvements and some planning. And I'm interested in seeing what we can do for both the permanent shelter, which will need significant support, not just from the city, but from the county and potentially with grants, as well as, things like the bringing the public restrooms back online in the parks. I was able to talk to the city manager about how, some of these things might be able to be initiated. And, it is somewhat tied to funding. So, for a permanent shelter, that would be another amendment to the budget or, some sort of bond revenue. And with smaller projects like a water fountain or potentially with either contracting for restroom services or bringing our existing restrooms online, that would take monies that we could pull from our new set aside from Fund 205, which is the Public Safety Mental Health Fund. And so, yeah, I'm just trying to understand what things council are interested in, if more so doing the park bathrooms or the water fountain or permanent shelter or all of the above, and soliciting ideas for how to move forward.
Councilmember Simmons?
I had just a couple of kind of questions or clarifications. So one thing I just wanted to know or clarify was that as I was looking at the estimates of costs from OHM, I just wanted to note that a lot of those things seemed like that was for the overall pavilion and not just for the bathroom upgrades. Is that correct?
The updates would be for the existing bathroom to operate. So there would be other needs at those locations. Bonnie is more steeped in that information than I am, so I will let her come.
Yeah, because when some of these, it looked like it was for like the, where the benches are in the space or like the slabs for that, not necessarily just like the bathroom.
So with some narrative, they do point out things like, hey, maybe this bench would have to be moved. But when you actually get down to the costs, you see things like, well, you need to widen the doorway. You need to actually connect the building to the pathway with a paved surface. You need to stabilize the building in the case of Candy Cane, add lighting, add a window, fun stuff like that. But it is also important to note that the state of the pavilion will feed how comfortable people feel accessing those bathrooms as well. So if you, if the roof on the pavilion part falls off, then that is also the roof over the bathroom pieces. And so I think in a few cases, they were talking about the roof stability, particularly with regards to Recreation Park. Riverside, I don't think had any visible rust at the time, but did have a couple of pinhole leaks. So these are all things that we would want to address. And again, this was in late 2018, so we'd have to revisit. Pinhole leaks never heal themselves, fun stuff like that.
And then I know that, I'd asked about like just the other options like porta potty and throne service. So I know those came through. And that's just those costs that are there. Those are just looking at just Riverside, not in
Right.
general.
Yeah, just Riverside. And I want to point out, I did get a little bit more information from our current porta potty partner. Well, say that 5 times fast. They can service those units up to 4 times a week. They do recommend before we go that direction that we do consider adding more units, which of course is a possibility if council so wills it. There's room, I think, off the top of my head, without having measured it, probably for another 2 ADA porta-johns there, which, you know, we may see that there's enough demand to continue to want to service that 4 times a week if that's the direction we want to go, or we may see that, hey, great, now we can keep it at 2 times a week or even go back down to 1 time a week.
And then for the bathrooms too, I saw that, so the cost was for, I think, 6 months, because it says it's not heated, but I was thinking like the porta potties aren't heated either. So is it that, like, what, I mean, I
Porta potties don't have running water.
it's because of the piping.
Yeah.
And so you want to I don't know, turn off the pipes then.
Yep, so we currently turn off the water up in the street. So if you look at the narrative part of the Riverside Park ones, the water service lead there is fairly shallow. So we actually turn it off at the street and then we blow air through that line to empty it out so that it can't freeze and burst over the winter.
And that's usually if there's not, it's because water's not running through it.
Mhm.
But if it is in use, then it wouldn't have the freezing issue.
So we do that because the water line is too shallow and it will freeze because it is a very small pipe, whether it's running or not. Because even if you turn it off, like some of those
And that's
cold
just at
snaps,
Riverside, not necessarily at the other ones, or?
the other ones seem to be proper depth. So those ones we would only have to shut off at the building if the service was restored, to the best of my knowledge.
But they wouldn't have the same issue of freezing.
Yes, they would. The parts in the building would have the issue of freezing. Just like the pipes in our houses sometimes have the issue of freezing.
Oh, yeah. But I thought that was because of non-use. Like if it's not being used, then that's when there's like challenges.
Running water tends to freeze a lot more slowly. That's why you have your faucets on drip in those particular cold snaps. But there's not really a great way to put the toilets on drip. And those will be commercial toilets with not a tank of water, but all of the plumbing in the wall.
Okay.
So Sloan valve toilets.
And then just when I was looking again, this was, you know, I think it's a little different for each one. Riverside, so they're like, it seems that like restoring the bathroom would be about 80,000 less than the throne for the year. And then would also be a permanent improvement that would have lower costs in future years.
Not necessarily. It depends entirely upon how the public uses it. So one of the nice things about the throne or even the porta potty is that the capital costs are borne entirely by that other party. The service costs are borne entirely by that other party. Whereas with the capital improvement, generally you actually tend to amortize that over a period of, I want to say, 5 years or so. So don't think about it spending $111, or I'm sorry, 111,000 was the 2018 cost. We're talking closer to 150. So think about spending that over 3 to 5 years. So we're spending that in addition to the minimum of $30,000 per year just to service things. And we may realize that, well, we really need to service it more frequently. Well, we really need to service it less frequently. The other thing is we only get 2 restrooms with the reconstructing the existing restrooms with the throne. That is the cost for 1 throne. We can have a whole lot of porta potties to either supplement either situation.
And then the last thing I would say is just as we're looking at these, you know, if we're looking at the opening the bathrooms, when I was looking at kind of the details, like each of them are in different shape, you know, and have different costs. So I would just put forward that Prospect Park would be a good candidate as it had some of the least amount of structural issues, and is also a very highly used park. But then also doesn't have some of the other parks. There's other public buildings that, might be open when the parks are in use. Whereas Prospect doesn't necessarily have that. So just wanted to put that forward as well. All I have for now. Thanks. Were you about to say something?
I just have a question about whether the cost of composting toilets has been,
Composting toilets would not be an option in Riverside Park because it is within a floodway. Yeah. We did not look at the costs for the other parks. It wasn't brought up at the time, and then also those are often seen as a better option for lower use places. We don't have an idea of really what the use load is going to be.
I was just thinking that could circumvent some of the water issues.
I'm not sure it would because we also would have to either pump out those toilets at a certain, we see a lot of the same issues with the composting toilets that people dislike the most about the porta johns. And that is the odor, the flies, the ventilation, not having actual running water. Everything is a trade-off.
Are there like ones in the county and in Ann Arbor? I feel like
Ann Arbor has some.
Yeah, have the composting toilets.
At-
I mean, they've always been, I will say, like in pretty good shape, the ones I've gone to. But anyhow, I hadn't thought about that, but I always like to think about composting toilets, of course.
I knew you'd like
Yeah.
Oh, further discussion.
But there would be like a cost for transitioning them over to that, of course, anyway. But
Yeah, it's a completely different system and a completely different setup.
Councilmember King.
I was just gonna say regarding the question that was posed by Councilmember Fellows, I'm definitely interested in all three options. I would love to know like what can we afford budget wise? And I know for our goals, we have put bathrooms on our goals, many council members year after year. So I do think bathrooms are 100% important because most of the parks are being utilized at a high rate.
Bathrooms would be my priority over water fountains.
I do want to say with regards to budget, most of our budget in the coming year for contractual and capital items is allocated towards repairing a lot of the stairs that desperately need repairs. And as you'll probably see in that email, just the process of designing and bidding those bathrooms for if we choose to go the capital improvement route, that's generally at least a year. So.
Further discussion from council.
Yeah, I'm referring to the number breakdown that city manager provided an email. I know the thrones are kind of convenient because the service is outsourced and they seem nice and clean and shiny and as I understand it though, they have that barrier of you have to have an app or some sort of like phone.
So there's two options. So you can have that phone. I'm not sure if it's an app or a text to code too, but they have also been working with the city of Ann Arbor where they provide a certain amount of cards. I believe they provide them to Delonis or a couple of other resources around town where people can sign out those cards. So it's just a matter of keeping track who is using it and making sure people feel accountable for using the space, not about creating a barrier with the smartphone. It's convenience.
And I do see like the price tag is around 100,000 a year, and whereas bringing online 2 bathrooms in a park, it's gonna exceed that 100,000 by a bit. But then after that, then the cost will be much lower. So I would favor just using our existing infrastructure and rehabbing and improving it. But I could see doing like maybe trying the throne for a year while those things are happening, getting funding and the contracts necessarily to get some of these bathrooms online, or continuing with Porta Johns. Like I can see either of those things happening, but maybe one advantage with going with Throne or like trying one of them is that we could see what their usage increases with it, if it goes up or if it's like, because I'm sure because of the tracking with the phone, we have some data, I'm assuming.
Yeah, we'll get usage data. Um, m- The Throne have an increased presence in southeastern Michigan. We do have the opportunity to work with other communities and tour their facilities, either with or without a partner from Throne there with us. So that's something that I do want to offer up to everybody here.
Just visit, you said?
To visit, to get the whole sales spiel. If we want to take the Throne guy along with us, of course, we also have the ability to visit a Throne without one.
I did do that. Just because it was like interesting as we've been talking about them. It was really nice. And um one of the things too is I saw looking at the information is that a lot of different communities they do like a pilot with it. So it's not, and they've been like a certain amount of time, like 6 months or the summer or whatever. I think actually Councilmember King had sent an article about what they're doing in Detroit. And I think that is for, I don't know, maybe the summer. Anyway, so that might be something else to consider, like trying to pilot something for a short period of time and to see, how folks are using it and things of that sort to then open up for a fuller experience. I don't go as much into the porta potty, so do we have folks like are folks checking those to see kind of what the status of those are?
I often get a text message when they're unacceptable, but we do currently have them being serviced on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I believe. With regards to what you said about the pilot, we do have the opportunity to work with Throne for a pilot. I believe the number that they quoted us was around $5,000 a month for a 2-month pilot. We were specifically looking at June and July at that time. Obviously, it's already to July, so we would be able to reach back out to them and see what they would be able to offer us maybe for the remainder of the summer.
And for,
Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say why Tuesdays and Thursdays, because I was just thinking
It's the most convenient.
okay, because I was thinking that gives like a really long chunk over the weekend. Like that's probably when it probably gets the grossest.
It's either a really long chunk over the weekend or a really long chunk over the week. So it's a pick your poison.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering like whether usage is higher over the weekends than during the week. Because that just is like it's like one day in between as opposed, anyway. Can that be changed?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just wondering because I just know it's the same thing with trash, right? In the parks where it's like, yeah, during the week, but then during the weekend is when it really overflows because then people are having all the events and different things like that.
I would point out with the trash, we pick up on Mondays and Fridays.
Mhm.
So the only way to avoid that would probably be have a Saturday pickup and a Sunday pickup.
Mhm. I'm just naming in terms of usage of the spaces, not so much. So I would imagine that they probably would get more rank in that 5 days. So from Thursday to Tuesday. Is that 5 days?
Or
So anyhow, okay.
Councilmember King, you had something?
So you said it would cost $5,000?
That's off the top of my head.
And how many? Was it one bathroom?
One, yeah.
That's all I want.
At least, does that sound right to you? Or pilot we were talking about. Well, I don't think it was related to the hours of operation. I can't actually hear you very well if you want to come up and use the microphone. If I come up, you have to come up.
Hi, Elise.
Yeah, so yeah, it was about 5,000 and then there were, from what I understood, there were extra costs for additional hours after their regular hours of service.
We got for the pilot?
till 10 PM. So there was an option to have them open till midnight, but that would be additional cost.
Yeah, and our parks are open until 10 PM or sundown, whichever is later. So we would, if they were in Riverside, we would only have them open until 10 PM. If we were looking at one downtown or elsewhere, we might be able to do those extended hours.
Councilmember Fellows?
While you're still standing there, can you talk a little bit about the Deep Town water fountain and, how, like, if it was the board decision that kind of initiated that, or how it got started and, what it took to implement it?
So I mean, I personally don't remember when there was a water fountain there because it was very small and like a brass thing. But it was there even when I lived in Depot Town. One day I think there was a trash can it was taken off and a trash can was placed there, and I noticed a hole and I investigated and I was like, what is this? And so that's when I found out that there used to be a
It wasn't just randomly taken down, it was actually removed for the winter. That was how we used to winterize it back in the day. So we would remove it, winterize the lot.
yeah, and then I think at some point it got broken once it was put away, but that was before my time here. And so then I started looking into, okay, how do we get a drinking fountain back here? And so, I presented it to the board because infrastructure was there. There was a hole in the ground for it. And I found newer models that don't need to be winterized, so they can remain outside during the winter, which wasn't always the case. And kind of why that drinking fountain didn't come back sooner. So yeah. And then I I asked for a grant for it from Destination Ann Arbor. So that helped us cover the costs. But it was relatively easy. It was just the cost of checking the old lines to see if they're still usable, if they needed to be fixed, and then purchasing the fountain itself and installing it, and then subsequently the water bills after that. So yeah, that's essentially how it happened. It was, I saw a need. Also, there's events in Depot Town there's events everywhere in town, but particularly in the summer, I decided that, I should present something that's a water bottle filler, because we have those events down there, but also with a pet shop opening in Depot Town, we decided to add the pet bowl. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely been a hit. So that was an exciting job.
As far as installation, was that something DPW did or was contractor?
So that was a point of contention between the previous DDA and the DPW. There was a lot of unmet expectations on both sides. Everybody thought somebody else should be doing it. So Lisa and I were very conscientious about drawing boundaries and saying, well, if this is a DDA gig and the DDA needs to purchase the fountain to install it, to pay for the water bill, we're not going to winterize it. We're not going to store it. We don't have the capacity, simply because we have been having to hire a plumber to do all of that work. Because one, we just don't have the bodies, but it's always better from a liability perspective to have a plumber do water. So that was taking up a lot of time and a lot of effort from DPW standpoint. And unfortunately, the DDA was open to taking on that ongoing cost as well as that initial capital cost.
Yeah, and we hire a plumber, and another cost is we winterize it. It's about $300 to winterize it, and then $300 to de-winterize it every year. So.
I guess just to follow up on that, definitely interested in seeing how we can maybe get another one downtown. Just went to Traverse City area and they have one on every single block, which was very impressive. And most of them have the dog bowls too, and the water fountain filler. Do you see that as being, within the budget to maintain too? With the understanding that it might be a more initial upfront cost because of there could be a lack of like lines. I don't know if we have another place with lines in it already, but I imagine at least there's probably water access near the fountain downtown. So, yeah.
Yeah, so it is from two different budgets. We have a budget for downtown, and so it is possible that we could absolutely put a drinking fountain. First, I would want to look. We do have a meter
that the DDA has. I don't know exactly where it is. Actually, tomorrow we're gonna meet with Yucca to find where it is, because asking all week and haven't gotten a pinpoint. Thought we found it, and I was like, that's not right. So from what it sounds like, it's closer over to the Adams Street lot, which isn't kind of the more ideal location. I don't know where it is. But we'll find out tomorrow, hopefully. And then the library is a possibility as well. We would just have to work on a partnership with the library because they have the water line that services the fountain. So we would most likely have to tap into theirs instead of obviously creating a new one. But that's a possibility. I'm sure that would be a partnership they'd be open to. I'm sure the DDA board would also be okay with, doing a drinking fountain. Depending where, cost and how we present it. I mean, it'd be great to have one every block, but that would be a huge infrastructure project, so.
And one of the challenges we have in downtown, but we don't have so much in Depot Town, it fits perfectly in that pedestrian alley. We have that 5-foot walkable path around it, in front of it. Downtown, our sidewalks are a little bit more constrained. We do have more enthusiastic traffic cornering sometimes, so the corners can be challenging and they're pretty busy with the streetlights and the signage and all of the stuff that we have. So once we even find the water line, we'll want to figure out an appropriate placement too, because nobody wants to be drinking their water right next to speeding.
And the costs will be more because there's no former water fountain location. We're gonna have to draw the pipe out and put a hole in the ground, regardless, so, but still, I think doable.
Yeah, we could get some new sidewalks.
Further discussion? Damon?
Go ahead. From this conversation, if council could provide some direction, if you would like to re-engage some of the park bathrooms, we would want to do some work, upfront work to see what costs are going to be. If you would like to do that and then also have a throne, I would imagine we want the throne perhaps in a place that doesn't already have the porta potties, and then we could test the throne there. But I was just like, or if council needs more time and we need another discussion on this, that would be fine as well. But what direction does council think staff should be going down? Or road, rather?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna, I mean, maybe kind of towards what you're asking. I mean, it sounds promising that maybe the DDA could be a partner in some way, and maybe it could even be that if there's some issue with covering the water bill into the future or something, maybe that could be the partnership part. I'm not sure, but so maybe one direction is council could ask the DDA to just keep working on this project of getting a water fountain downtown, finding a location, costing it out, and utilizing either TIF funds from downtown or another grant. Does that seem doable? Okay, so I'll motion to request the DDA to, work on a project of installing a water fountain downtown.
Support. Been moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember King. Discussion on this motion.
I would just say it's exciting to hear we may have some movement on getting a water fountain downtown.
Yeah. Seeing none, please call the roll on the motion.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson. Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Motion carries.
You. I'll see it on an agenda. All right. Sorry, I'm talking about the DDA, not us. Further discussion, Councilmember. The discussion about. Oh, okay. Further discussion on the infrastructure Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, as far as the other direction goes, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I've heard from everyone on the body about how they want to move forward with bathrooms yet. So I don't know if it's a matter of doing more discussion or if we want to just like work on talking to staff about what the feasibility is for doing Throne and, you know, pursuing bathrooms and costing it out and bringing that back to us. That might, and I don't know. That's my thought, is either having another discussion about it or just asking staff to bring back some options.
Councilmember Simmons, I see your hand.
Yeah, so I guess the question I have is how much ballpark would it be, for instance, if we want to get an updated scope and cost for like the bathroom at Prospect Park?
I don't remember how much that cost off the top of my head, but I'd say probably in the realm of 5 to 15,000.
That sounds accurate. Are you asking just for the single bathroom or the whole system again?
I mean, I guess it just depends. I mean, to me, I was thinking about like, it's not likely that we'll do the whole system at once regardless. And if it would take a few years, we might be in the same situation where we go through the process and then it becomes outdated. So that's why I was thinking maybe we start with one that we can then do, and that we would then have a idea of what it is in real time to when we could actually try to budget for it. So that's why I was suggesting that. I don't know if it's like, if there's a, you know, if it is just a minimal additional cost to do all of them, but, you know, so I don't know how that would impact to do them all. I mean, it seemed like they went to all of them and then pictures and things like that. There's some of the parks like Penn Place, or, you know, the Penn Park, where I was like, oh, that one probably doesn't get a lot of usage at this point.
Oh, no, Penn Park is very heavily used.
Oh,
Yeah. It's the primary source of outdoor recreation for the apartment complexes nearby.
okay. So yeah, so then I think that would be one of the things. It's just like how much time we might have, like whether it would make sense to put in the cost to figure that all out.
What we could do is we can ask OHM just for an estimate for the entire system and then an estimate for
We can ask for proposals for each.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful to have a sense of them. I mean, I'm definitely interested. I mean, it's good to have the porta, and you were saying like the Throne, not where we have porta potties. Do we not have porta potties at all the parks?
We have porta potties at all the parks. One thing that I would like to point out for now, though, which wasn't a consideration when we did the 2018 study, is with the dam coming down at Peninsular Park, we are anticipating doing a visioning study either during that process or after the process or after the removal, so that people can visualize the new park and to see what they want to see there in the future. Do they want a playground? Do they want nature trails? And then how would bathrooms fit into that landscape, literally and figuratively? So that one I might recommend setting aside for this particular moment in time. Candy Cane actually has some severe structural concerns. And I'm going to have OHM evaluate it this coming, well, the rest of the summer. It's already July. But evaluate it for structural stability and see if it does need to actually be torn down before it takes itself down. Park Ridge also has some structural damage that seems stable, but we haven't had OHM evaluate it, so that would be another thing that we would be doing.
So you're saying that those evaluations would be happening anyway due to structural needs?
The Candy Cane and the Park Ridge would be evaluated, but just from the lens of structural, can it stand or can it not stand standpoint, or you know what I mean?
All point? No.
All point.
Not
even 10 o'clock, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I get to my puns later on.
Yeah. So anyway, so that sounds, I mean, I think that would be helpful just to have a better sense. I mean, for me, when I was looking at the options, the only reason I'd asked about like porta potties or the Throne was more to get a sense of, you know, Band-Aid fixes to come for longer term impact. So things that we might do in between now and, having full bathroom service. I'm gonna try to just start going into the porta potties to see, just to check them out more. And so, yeah.
I guess looking at the the estimates for the Throne, I thought that I've been getting emails from Throne for a while now, and looking at the cost for a single toilet.
But it has a lot of bells and whistles.
I'm sure it does, but you were saying that there was pilots that would be about $5,000 a month
Mhm.
for a couple months. But it's like we do that and we get some information, but it's just like to do that and then already have this information go like, yeah, that's a pricey proposition. Are there other
To the best of my knowledge, there's no competitors in the
Contract.
throne space. It's porta potty, throne, permanent thing. There are some permanent bathrooms that are prefab. There's the Portland Loo, there's what is the other one? Portland, or Urban Blue. Yes, and all of those are incredibly expensive out of the gate, but purport to be very vandal resistant and fantastic in absolutely every respect. We've gotten the same sales pitches, I'm sure that you have as well. But they're expensive.
and trailers are not an option?
I have not seen a particularly good long-term trailer solution. Most of them are very designed for events or construction sites. I also haven't looked that hard for a trailered solution.
I guess I'd be interested in looking at Riverside as our kind of flagship park.
And one thing also that we have discussed internally is that we could do both and for a short period of time, at least with the Porta Johns and Throne. Porta Johns are very inexpensive. We could have a Throne and a Porta John. I'm sure that the usage data will see more Thrones, but there would still be an option for people who did not have access to a smartphone, didn't want a card, things like that. So that still does provide options.
Maybe some direction is just, can we, staff find out what the pilot offer is and when we could soonest, do that pilot, as well as, I guess that some numbers as to bringing on Riverside. Well, we got some numbers for Riverside Park, but
We can get
like a timeline, like what's the soonest we can actually do that, and decide if we want to just continue with the porta potties or maybe do Throne. That's kind of what I'm hearing from council as far as direction.
So one thing that I think as staff I would want to know is if you are interested in looking at grants for the capital cost of the bathrooms, or if we are looking at using city reserves, because we know that city reserves are going to be incredibly taxed in the coming few years with the other infrastructure projects we have coming up with the city facilities as well as the bridges and the roads.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of my questions. Thanks for bringing it up. I am definitely interested. We set aside that money for some grants, management, right, in the budget.
Oh, the $25,000 in the, yeah. Mhm.
So I am curious if if there are grants that would be eligible for this type of public infrastructure project for permanent bathrooms.
Yes, but they're very competitive.
Okay.
And one of the challenges with grants is that oftentimes you do have to maintain it for a certain number of years. So if we do open it up and it doesn't work out either for, maybe we're not able to spend the $40,000 a year because prices always go up to continue to maintain it. We want to shut it down. We would have a conversation with the grantor on that. There was a second point that I was going to make and I can't remember what it was. I'm sorry.
Well, my thought would be like, attempt to pursue some of these type of grants, but we also have the set aside money. So the fund at least has $200,000 in it for
the 205.
Yeah, 205. So probably some combination of drawing from that and grants if possible.
So The 205 money was the money that was going to be going to the Parks Capital Improvement Fund that is now coming from the general fund. Is that right?
So Reagan checked today and there's 200,000 in that fund. We did, we return from 414 to the one that was unexpended to.
No, all of those should have been carry forwards.
We have to look at it, 'cause
Yeah, no, everything was accounting for a carry forward.
maybe it was. I'll have to look because I'm not remembering off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Might be 263.
Reagan sent me those numbers today, and it was about 200,000, 203, and that's for budget 2024-25. The expenditures were 660,000, and there was about, I think, almost 900,000 in it. So that's why that's the remaining 200,000 left. That's what Reagan sent to me in email. So
There's
for the
quite a
beginning fund balance
few-
is 330K. We received another 532K from the millage, and then the expenditures were 660. So 200 left. So yeah, that would be one of the funding sources.
I'll double check because I want to make sure that we are sure of those numbers, and there's at least 3 major expenditures that I need to have a conversation with Reagan about in the coming month. So yeah, I'm not getting my hopes up. I'm not saying that you can't get yours up.
Well, this money is now totally set aside,
Mhm.
so it can't be used for just regular, things that had been used for before.
I think the only thing it went for 414 was the Parks Capital, but that's the only thing I paid attention to.
It was the Parks Capital, and I said 263 or 62, whatever I said, it was wrong, 226.
Oh, trash. Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Too many numbers.
So
Still
from what
a
I'm
big spread.
hearing is find out about the pilot from Throne and look into proposals for the whole system and Riverside
And it sounds like
and Prospect.
it sounds like you'd be interested in, I'm gonna call them dummy timelines. So first this, then that sort of things, like what would we expect a design, bidding, construction period to look like, more or less? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. All right, I'll entertain a motion to extend.
I move to extend the meeting until 10:30.
Been moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember McLean to extend till 10:30. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Yep, same. All right, on to our next discussion on the fee waiver policy.
Council, Bonnie and I asked for this to be on tonight's agenda. We did do a draft policy, but we're kind of expanding on it. I know it's going through Parks and Rec.
We haven't, well, we've drafted the special events policy that will be going through Parks and Rec, but this is specifically just about fee waivers and the Freight House community events sort of waivers. So those are the 2 things that we wanted to speak with you about, and there is a memo, I believe, in your packets that I can't bring up because my computer is completely dead.
All right. Let's see here. Oh.
Thank
Do you want to start with what you gave us, or do you want to just start asking you questions?
Give me about 3 seconds. All right. So for any event application, we have the application fee, the refundable security deposit, the actual event fee for events in Frog Island and Riverside. We have capital improvement fee for certain events, and then we have cost reimbursement for other things. That is generally drawn from the security deposit unless there's something extra special or what have you. Generally speaking, what we've been speaking about with at least the last 2 fee waivers have been the application fee. The cost reimbursement is my understanding, it's council's intent that people still pay for the actual costs. And the security deposit, since that is to cover potential damages, that is something that we've not been waiving. So those we understand that council is interested in sort of keeping as is that general structure something that we're all on board with? Just trying to establish a starting place and ground rules, and I meant to grab my coffee, so I'll try that.
Yeah. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, well, that's a whole.
But-
I would.
That's a major reason why we wanted to remove the ability to use the police force as security. A past event, our cost per police was $23,000.
Wonderful.
So can you repeat the question again?
So this is the reason why
Oh, no.
staff has kind of reviewed how the police department has been being used as a security for events. And a past event with the overtime and the officers there, the amount paid by the city just for that event was $23,000.
And that's not necessarily a huge outlier. That particular event was pretty significant. But there has been confusion over the years about what a sponsored event is, what a fee waiver is, and what things are covered and what things are not covered. So that also is part of why we were highly specific in the last fee waiver. These are the two things that we are waiving. We are not waiving the security deposit. We're not waiving the actual cost. So in the past, there's been a push-pull between event applicants and the city. Oh, the city waived my fees. And the language has been rather vague oftentimes, so it's been difficult for us to push back and say, well, no, you used up 10 to 20,000 or $25,000 worth of police resources here. You know, there has to be an accounting for that. Or yes, your fees were waived, but you just destroyed or caused $7,000 to $10,000 worth of damage because you backed into a tree or to a light post or what have you. So that has been a point of conflict between us and events, and we want to be able to very clearly set expectations between us and event organizers. So, we talked about the sort of sets of fees that are charged, generally speaking, the application fee, security deposit, event fee, cost for services. The other three tiers, I suppose we'll say, are the city-sponsored events, fee waivers, and then community events and the Freight House events. So generally speaking, our event fee for the parks covers the city's cost to basically clean up the park and make sure it's pretty decent before people come in. And that scales with the size of the event. So the class 3 and class 4s, they're the Michigan Brewers Guild, I believe Park Ridge Fest is a 3. And there was something else recently that was a 3 as well. Was it Juneteenth or was it Peace Neck?
I think they should be class 3s. If they're class 2s, they should be class 3s.
Yep, and that is both a function of the size and the risk. I think that initially when these classes were set, they were about the perceived risk and the liability therein, but really it's about the size, because as the size of the event grows, so does the risk to the infrastructure, to the park, and the amount of resources that use those higher. So, let's start at sponsorships. So we have certain events that are currently called out in the ordinance as being sponsored. There's not a description in the ordinance really of what that sponsorship entails. We would like to, in order to help ensure that we are getting sort of the most value for the dollar spent, that we play a role in the organizing committee, that we've done with these sponsored events, that we mandate some sort of public advertisement. So with the sponsored events, this isn't necessarily a concern, but we've seen with fee waiver events that they're functionally a private event. They don't actually advertise. It's kind of like if you're having a party in a park, you're not advertising it, but yeah, if Bob comes by or if your neighbor comes by, they're welcome. And so in order to make sure that these are public events, that the public is getting the most value from, but these are advertised that people know about them, that people can come and visit them. And a lot of times that is something that the events want. So we're spitballing here, talking about, well, maybe we work with Ipsy Real to make sure that these are on the Ipsy Real calendar, that Ipsy Real can help promote them. Probably with sponsored events, we want Ipsy Real to help promote them. With the fee waivers, we simply want to make sure that they're out there as a public event that the public can attend. There was a bunch of other stuff that I wanted to talk about too, but those were really the two big ones. Oh, the third big one is for sponsored events or fee waivered events. Council has expressed an interest in holding their own field day or some sort of event to attract people into the commissions. Right, so as we spoke about with Park Ridge, it is a relatively low hanging fruit to simply have a table at a lot of these events and to have information about city goings on and commission openings and what that commission service entails. Volunteer work days. PS Frog Island is coming up this Saturday. All sorts of fun stuff like that. So that is again a relatively low hanging fruit, especially for the sponsored events. That's something we can require the fee waivers. Something that we haven't required in the events is sort of a cross promotion or acknowledgement of the city as a sponsor or as some sort of contributor to the event. So the city logo on things, that is another incredibly low hanging fruit that we would like to encourage council to mandate in their waiver and sponsorship. What am I missing?
I mean,
There's things that we're missing, I'm sure, but that's why this is a discussion.
having a seat in the discussion for the planning, because a lot of times we'll have event planners come in that may or may not have special events background in it, and we wind up having to pick up the pieces. So just having, if we're doing a city sponsored event, having a larger role in it from that standpoint so that we can coordinate all of the services that we're offering for that event as well.
And this kind of reared its head with the two recent major events. One of them was making major changes to things that required staffing changes and overtime changes and scheduling changes literally the day before the event that would have pulled several things forward to the day of. And there were issues at another event where they had said that they were going to be laying things out one way, and then they ended up laying out some things an entirely different way, and there was not communication that was done well as part of that, because we couldn't communicate to residents and neighbors or affected businesses, you know, exactly what was going on, because we didn't know what was going on until things were already set up, and it communicated to one part of the city, but not the whole. But that's something that we believe that we can do better, particularly with these partnership events, because that's truly what the sponsored events are meant to be. At least according to what I've seen in the past discussions and what some of that.
All right, Councilmember Fellows, if you all are done.
I like all these ideas. They sound good. They sound reasonable. One other idea that just came to mind was we could have like city survey that is required by events to share with, you know, attendees or whatever, as like to get some data on maybe at least the sponsored events, but
That is
yeah.
So we currently don't collect attendance data. You know, we don't know if a sponsored event has 5 people show up or 500 or 5,000. We know if we go, but you know, hopefully that's changing. But we're not always going to be standing at the. I'm sorry. We're not always going to be standing at the gate. These sorts of things would also help us measure what sort of impact economically and to the local tourism industry that they have or stand to have, particularly with the fee waiver events. If we are waiving the fees for something like a cruise night, we do want to see that it is bringing in a number of people to help hopefully patronize those experiences and spur the local economy, that it's not having a detrimental effect on us.
Yeah, that's kind of the spirit of what I was thinking too. Because I go to businesses and just ask, like, what do you think of this event that's here every week or whatever? And just to get my own sense of it. But it'd be nice to have maybe some requirement. You know, it's like we waive these fees for you. You collect this data or surveys or something, so we have some input.
Thank you. In the current language, one thing that sticks out, well, two things. That a waiver is approved by 5 affirmative votes, and I don't know if we've been actually following that. That's what the language says.
Generally been unanimous, so I don't come up. I think with one exception.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I know a lot of them have been over 5, but I remember a couple who I feel like might have been close to that or were not that. So just naming that, is that something that we want to keep there?
80% business sign off.
And that part too.
And then
Right. That was my next question.
that's part why Jennifer's here. She'll help us actually hold to our guns about, metaphorically speaking, about what we are requiring and holding events accountable. Like, hey, you didn't do this. You told us you were going to do this. How are we going to move forward?
Yeah, that was my second question, was about the 80%, because I'm pretty sure that hasn't always been happening.
In the moment, but one of the things, the challenges we've had has been that we're using an older form for those special event fee waivers that dates from, I think, 2 policies ago. Because right now, looking at the council records, what the placing of certain events on the sponsored list is it did seem to supplant entirely the fee waiver policy, which was also the community event policy, which one could make a strong argument for, were one an attorney, no offense intended, was, and that fee waiver policy, you could make a strong argument for that also having applied to the Freight House. In a lot of people's minds, the Freight House is over here and events are over here, never the point shall meet. In reality, they're not a circle on the Venn diagram of life, but they are pretty darn close.
I'm actually just wondering, do we know how many sponsorships we have? Because that I don't know, and I was actually wondering. Oh, let me.
The,
Special event that we sponsor, it's Memorial Day, 4th of July. In this, it's the 4.
So it's Memorial Day, 4th of July, Juneteenth, Pride Day. There was another one. Right?
no, there's only 4 in the,
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Fall River Day is different because that is put on technically by the Parks and Arts Commission, and there's no provision for that. So we've been treating that like that. But they cover all their costs.
Yep.
And that brings up another point, is that in other communities, these things are often put on by the municipality, and so the municipality is able to cover their own costs through those sponsorships. So the university banks, the whatever TCF bank is called these days, something.
Huntington.
What is it now?
Huntington.
Huntington Bank.
That's great. So a lot of times municipalities are actually able to cover their costs, even when the event organizers, these scrappy organizations that stepped in to fill the void left by us canceling our recreation department down here, they have been able to cover the costs and maintain that. So that has been a gap in the community, both from a municipal coffer standpoint, but also from a local advertising sort of standpoint, because this is a place where these local businesses are not being able to sort of toot their own horn. They're not approached for these sponsorships because people don't need them, because there's no fees to cover. Hey, we don't need to cover the costs of the police, the fire, the DPW, water, the electric, all of that. Those aren't costs that these event organizers see. And so I know that we have marijuana places especially, but other local businesses that do want to be involved in the community, particularly newer businesses, they want to get their name out. They're part of the community, so they want to show that as part of these sponsorships.
Thank you. City Manager?
There's kind of 2 ideas of what a sponsorship is. There's these events that are spelled out in the ordinance, and then there's a cash given to an organization for that. And the only one that has received that is Juneteenth in the past few years.
The DDA does provide extra sponsorships, but when you look at this is not a common thing. We talk about benchmarking and looking at what other communities do, and they do not do this. A large part of it is because of that recreation part that they put on their own event, so they don't have
pay them to do it, but so in that respect, we're almost getting it twice because we're absorbing the costs of blocking the roads and picking up trash, but also, writing it down. So, and I'm not saying that these aren't wonderful events because they are. They bring a lot of the vibrancy to the community that we all love. But we do have to be good stewards of our money and the public's money, or if it's being held in the public trust for the public good.
Further discussion?
So we pick up trash for all of these events?
So ostensibly, each event should have a trash plan. In practice, unless we are there the day of the event, and the point of having talked with them beforehand, as Jennifer's done, I think at least 3 times now.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
More than that.
We end up picking up the trash the day after, and we have a lot of trouble because these are public places, saying, hey, you guys did not take care of your trash. We had to pull in guys from overtime. We had to do a call out, that's the truck, that's 2 guys, and that's a supervisor. That's $600 easy to come and pick up your trash. And they're like, well, it's a public park. How can you tell that the trash isn't ours? It is full to the brim of food truck waste, of branded stuff. Like, there is no way this is not your trash. But because we haven't had the bandwidth to pick that fight, and honestly, we look like the bad guys when we're like, hey, we waived all your fees, but now you gotta pay for trash. It's not a conversation. It's generally very productive. And we've heard some pretty significant costs, and then it also becomes an opportunity for dumping too, because people see, hey, there was this great party or this event the other day. Nobody's gonna mind this mattress that I'm throwing out here. So it is a terrible cycle. And so we either need to build in trash to our fees, we need to hold people accountable for these trash plans, or we need to find some magical solution. And sometimes that solution may be having a dumpster in Riverside Park that is for events. That solution may be about a bajillion different things, but what we are doing right now is imposing a significant cost to the city as well as demoralizing the heck out of the park.
Did we just add fees to the for trash? Do we build it in or no?
That comes back to hey, that's not my trash. You can't prove that that's my trash. And so is that a argument that you want us to continually have? Is that something that you want us to just build into the fees up front? In which case, weekend events are going to be considerably more than weekday events.
I think probably that's the only way it's fair, is just to build it in, right?
Councilmember Simmons?
Just right quick. So I know a lot of this conversation is on like the differences and things, but then I think like when this had come up before, we were talking about like the form and changes. So I know that that's something else that you all are looking at. You were talking about trying to pare it down.
Follows what you guys want. So we need to know what you guys want to see before we build the form to make sure that we're capturing all of the information that you guys want to see.
Councilmember Tucson?
Oh, yeah. Yes. So recently I've been in communication with Deron Witherspoon from Power Peace Enterprise, kind of centered around like the park cleanup after events. And he was pitching to me like kind of a way that DPW DPS could like work with his organization to have them come out, PPE come out, and then do whatever cleanup in the park thereafter. Is that something that's possible, or would he have to?
And we can have a conversation with the union about that. But more concerningly is, generally speaking, if somebody's doing a major effort like that, we want to be there to supervise and see that it is being done.
Gotcha.
So this might be something where like, okay, it can be a conversation. I can tell you that it's not going to be a great conversation with you at this particular moment in time.
Gotcha.
And I think about like just the offloading of the trash, like, having civilian folks taking it to a space that could accommodate
Right.
sheer volume is probably not going to be a regular dumpster.
Or, Tom's baby shower, probably not a big
Right.
thing. It's gonna be 2 garbage bags that you can throw from.
I'm talking about the bigger events.
Yeah, the bigger events, that's gonna be a dumpster rental.
Yeah, and yeah, they've been packing it out in like huge U-Hauls too. So the ones that do clean up, they'll
they'll use the U-Haul at the end of the night to take all the trash.
Gotcha.
But it's absolutely a cost that they will not incur unless we are there reminding them increasingly gently. You know, that this is a cost that they need to bear.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, so it just sounds like maybe the fee should be built in, but maybe based on class. So maybe the lowest class is no fee, because if it's like a very small amount of people, there might be.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, it's okay. Well, yeah, or lower fees for the lower class levels, higher fees for the higher class.
So, would it make sense then to start with the recommendations that you gave us? Because it seems like folks, if we have some consensus around support for those, and then looking at what the fees would look like on a tiered basis for incorporating trash, and then having that come back, so that then we can move on to the form as well.
The form, I don't think you guys need to worry
Okay.
about, as long as we're capturing. the
Well, so you can move on to the form, I guess, is what, yeah.
So if you guys have your policy set and what you want to see set, then we can move on to creating the ordinance and creating.
I guess I was thinking about some of the things we talked about are things like the collaboration, like there was some kind of, but that doesn't come through in talking about this kind of stuff, like, I mean, it comes through a little bit when you were talking about, if we sponsor, we want these things
That's what I'm
to
asking,
happen.
Put into it for us to discuss, like all those things too.
I think the categories too. So if it's a city sponsored event, what does that mean? What, so the people that are asking for a city sponsored event, what are we contributing? What are they expecting? Make it consistent. And then there can be other ones too, we talked about fee waivers. There can be, different categories beyond that too, beyond just those couple that we have. Community events,
Yeah, we have
nonprofits, that type of thing. Yeah, yeah. Once we get that, it'll be easier.
Yeah, so right now we're in the sort of the big picture phase. We can bring back the big picture changes to you guys, proposals, and talk about that, and then tweak it as we learn what works and what doesn't. I do plan to work with our Parks and Arts Commission and get their feedback as well. They meet next week, so that's not going to be a delay. Do you want to talk a little bit about Freight House? A lot of the concepts are very similar, the scales. And I also want to clarify with something with you guys too, and it's based on my understanding of the purpose that the Freight House serves, is that it's sort of a dual purpose thing, right? So it is there to be a community resource, but it is also there to generate enough revenue to cover its costs, as well as covering the costs of these community events that we want to host. So ultimately, we want it to be cost neutral. One of the things that comes up is, so the UMS residency generates some amount of income. We also don't have attendance information for that, but I imagine UMass of all people has really good attendance.
They do collect, yeah.
But the warming center, that costs a significant amount of time and effort on the part of staff when it's there, and I believe that the city also pays shelter association. So is that something that the actual operational costs? Yes. My understanding is that we should be covering those costs out of the operational income from the Freight House, but do we want to cover that additional fee that we are paying out of that operational fund? Does that make sense? You're frowning and you're the most, I mean, it's 10:15, so I might not make a lot of sense, but if you're not getting what I'm saying, I need to back up.
The last part of the statement lost me.
So the 50K that we pay for the shelter association, do we want that to be paid for out of the revenues generated in 7551, or are we covering that out of a different funding source?
I mean, ideally, but.
So when I make up my balance sheets at the end of the year, where am I putting it? Or where's
Can
regular?
the former fund absorb it?
I'm sorry?
Can the former fund absorb it?
Oh, heck no.
Yeah, I mean.
7551 is losing money.
Right.
Yeah.
Even without that. But there are ways that we can change that. So I'm not entirely sure if I referenced this earlier, but we have a number of the community events that are in sort of like prime time slots that have a lot of demand. And so that is not, well, right now we're losing revenue and we're not covering costs with the community events. Those are obviously still very valuable to the community and we want to keep them. We've heard a lot of very positive feedback, but do we want a community event every weekend when we could be having a revenue generating, to put it craftily, event those weekends? Do we want to limit it to a couple of weekends a month? Do we want to limit it to one weekend a month and then open season during the week, you know? Have it be Taco Tuesdays but for the Freight House, basically. That's a terrible analogy. I'm trying to come up with some ideas.
Yeah.
Satisfy-
I mean, I think that things like that sound reasonable, where it could be that, you know, and also it could be, you know, across the year, it's a little different, right? Like we know, like the summer season, maybe spring. I mean, I don't know, y'all know better, right? Like where there's like really high usage for things like weddings and things, you know, and other kind of like money generators. But I feel like it's reasonable to have, you know, if there's like limited things for things where there is a smaller cost, to have those to, you know, be like, okay, yeah, like a lot of places have things like weekly versus weekend rates too, right? Or like, yeah, I like the idea of like reserving whatever, and then people, it's like, you know that this is, it's like the fourth Saturday or whatever, I don't know. Or just like that it's open for use, like, you know, for folks to use. But yeah. So I think like things like that, I think that that feels like reasonable, especially if we're saying that it will be a reduced fee, you know. So
Yeah, I think just kind of figuring out what that policy should be or what we want to do so it is fair. Um, and you know, one set weekend a month to offset, you know, to have like a community event that's not bringing in that revenue would be fair. Weekdays, you know, we don't see as high usage. That's another option too.
And one thing that we can also consider is timelines, right? So we have one community event that is attempting to reserve, I think, 2 years into 2027.
Yeah.
That's maybe not something that we want to really look at. It's fine if you want to plan your wedding in 2027, but when you're talking about a monthly event, so for the next 108 weeks or whatever it is, that's kind of hardcore. It's a lot of commitment. Then of course I do also want to caution you that this has been this sort of free for all for the last almost 5 years now. So there will be a transition period, whatever new rules and whatever new boundaries we put on this, where people will be caught short by it. They'll think that, of course, these won't apply to them. How could you do this to me? We will need to help each other out on messaging and education. And if we do get it wrong in implementation, we can fix it, but we need to have communication with council.
I guess that brings to mind at first there was the free events could be free use of the Freight House, and that has changed a little bit.
So that was never actually in the fee schedule.
Okay,
That's
so
finding.
could that still be a tier of some kind, like free events have lower costs than other ones, so that they're, yeah, like the ones that are not community sales or weddings or, yeah, I mean, I think having it completely free has made it very accessible for people to have all sorts of creative, interesting events there. And I would like to see if we can still preserve a very low level tier for events that are not making a profit, that are for the community, that are being advertised widely, that have a lot of attendance, all those things.
Some of the items, ideas, the public we help you plan, that we help you advertise, that it has to be really open to the public, maybe. we'll
That
look at
sort of
some
thing.
that. But because of, so there's a lot of demands for free events that we don't charge anybody to hold the event. It's such a good facility and a nice facility, cool facility. It's a great house. So with that, so with the larger sponsored events, the parades, it's a no-brainer that we want to be on the organizing committee with, you know, Bob's Craft Show.
Mhm.
If we have a whole heck of a lot of those, we
Mhm. Mhm.
so that also goes into the, how many of these, maybe we only have 4, I'm just putting
Mhm,
it out there, a quarterly, free. Or there hasn't been a wide utilization of the Market Plaza in the last 10 years. There was a weird standoff between the control of the city or the PDA of the Great House. That tension is gone, and we are working with the DDA to make some repairs and upgrades to the Market Plaza, everything from lighting to the walking surface. So that could potentially be a much more attractive option, and that can be something that we either package with some of the Great House deals, or that could be something that we help guide people towards utilizing a little bit more and a little bit more heavily. And it's still in that high profile space, beautiful backdrop, a little bit more weather sensitive, but also Great House doesn't have AC, so in August, I would much rather be in the plaza than inside the Great House, speaking for myself. So again, I'm just bouncing ideas off of you. Happy to hear any other ideas.
I like the both and kind of.
Well, there are certain events too, so we've spoken internally about having standard layouts for certain events, but those street fairs especially, you know, and in Depot Town, there's sort of 3 scales of events, and at least 1 or 2 of those scales, it makes a lot of sense for the Great House, the plaza, and the street to be together. So that's one sort of configuration that we're going to be looking at. So like something like Pride, it makes sense that they're using entire space. It would make sense for the end of the 4th of July parade to have an event at the plaza and the Freight House associated with the parade, rather than some poor soul attempting to set up their wedding during the middle of the parade breakdown.
Yeah, would it help council just to draft a template of the policy, bring it before council, and then we can have further discussion? Okay, that is what we will do.
Thank you.
Please look it up.
Yeah. Okay. All right, seeing none, we'll close this discussion, but it is 10:24. So unless
Vote to extend to 11.
Support.
all in favor,
Aye.
right, if we don't hear more ayes, we will be ending. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. All right, Police Advisory Commission.
Yeah, so we'll be meeting next Thursday, the 24th of July at 7 p.m. here in Council Chambers.
HRC,
We did not meet last month, but we will meet this Thursday at 6 p.m.
Parks and Arts,
See you next Monday.
Sustainability,
No meeting this.
HDC,
Couple quick things. Have to note that 90 Maple, which is the Michigan Central Railroad Depot, was on the agenda last week. And the baggage portion of that building, it looks like a single building from a distance, but if you look at it carefully, it's actually 2 buildings connected by the roof. But that is the baggage portion is in really bad shape, including the roof. That's the portion of the building closest to Cross Street. And so they're working with the owner to try to figure out what they can do, whether they can do a permanent fix or whether they need to do something temporary, but something needs to be done before the end of season. This can't continue through.
You said this is which place you said?
This is the train depot.
Oh.
So that's a significant issue. And 2 quick items of note, 402 South Washington and 620 Norris, discussions on both of those of new build on what are vacant lots right now. And the South Washington one would be a multifamily 3 units. That's it.
Planning Commission?
This month is in the future and it's canceled. It would have been tomorrow, but there's nothing on the agenda.
ZBA?
It is not meeting.
SEMCOG?
SEMCOG, this week is Transportation Week at SEMCOG, and so tomorrow is an active transportation committee from 1 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. It's in person. The 17th is Transportation Coordinating Council. It starts at 9:30 in the morning, and it's followed by Transportation Funding 101, which is a virtual hybrid meeting. So I'll be attending that one from 1 to 3. That's it.
What?
No meeting this month.
County, no meeting. DDA is Thursday. Pool?
Rutherford Pool is participating in National Night Out next month. There have been a couple of incidents of, a violent incident in which someone was asked to leave and wound up having an altercation with one of the staff. Police were called, and they're thinking about their security policies and things like that. So, how do they deal with that? There's a couple of things that are problematic, but I'll bring this up when there's more information.
Thank you. Council proposed business, Councilmember King.
I just have a few things. I did attend I think it was the grand opening at Ohana Coffee Lounge in Depot Town. That was a really nice spot. I just wanted to give them a shout out. Yesterday, OHM, the city of Ypsilanti, and I'm not sure who else was there. They did come and do the presentation for Harriet Street over at Park Ridge Pavilion. So I did appreciate that information. I would ask Councilmember Tucson, since it was one person from the center there, Amia Durkin, and it was a resident, Sister Marie Williams was there. I didn't see any residents from Harriet Street, so I would say maybe we could go and talk to some of the residents over there on Harriet, just to make sure they are aware of what's going on. And I guess the police and fire open house is this Saturday. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson?
Yeah, so like my ward mate just announced to everybody, we did have the Harriet Street water main and road reconstruction meeting yesterday. It was held by OHM with representation from YCUA, and our very own Oracle was in there, our DPS manager, director, I'm sorry. Also, I would like to let the public know that on July 22nd, I will be doing the second Walk the Ward in the historic Southside neighborhood. Information and time and location will be provided on my Facebook page, which is Councilmember Roland Tucson. Also, I'd like to bring to everyone's attention the Southside softball game, as I mentioned earlier. That's August 24th, directly following Summerfest. My ward mate also made mention of the YPD YFD open house July 19th, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. As well as there's a backyard fish fry at Biggie's on July 26th from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Open to the public. Come through, get some good food.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, so a couple of quick things. This past weekend, I had a chance to be at the Local Progress Conference, which was great. Lots of good information. One thing I brought back, I went to a session that the Women's Democracy Lab hosted that was really around like safety and things like that. And so I actually brought back one, especially, I mean, I know safety can also be for our male folks, but I brought these back for all of the women and non-binary folks. So you can pass this down there. Just because it was really interesting. It had some things that I was like, oh yeah, it makes total sense in today's climate. I also, just because I know we also were talking about policies around AI, they also have really nice, another guidebook that has some things. So things to think about at the local level for a couple of different areas. So I've been looking at this, but I can connect maybe with you, Tracy, about the different ones that we're looking at and thinking about what things to hold as we think about bringing something forward. So that was also helpful. I already see that we have something around the LEAP, so I'll leave that because I'm guessing the city manager will talk about that, so I won't talk about it. I also went by, I just saw the Ohana Lounge today, got to talk with Darius. There's also this podcast, Food, Folks, and Fun. So I thought that was really great and interesting. I also saw too that there is a push by some folks at congressional leaders, but as well as our state rep, Carrie Reinigens, around a state-based universal health care act, which I thought was really, especially as things are changing, but trying to get funds from the federal government to help stand up the single payer healthcare, which has been a push for folks in Michigan in the past anyhow. But that, so I was excited to see that there is some movement on that, but also to see like that we have a state rep that's engaged in that process. Well, I want to talk more about some of the different things we learned at the conference, but I'll leave that for another time. I want to say, let's see here, thanks to DPW. I saw that the step on the bridge to Riverside was fixed, so thank you for following up on that. And I did get concern from a resident about some like walking impediments around overgrown foliage. I didn't get a chance to kind of look at it or kind of see, but I know that she said she already was in touch with. Yeah, so yeah, I think that covers things for me today. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Fellows.
The next agenda setting subcommittee meeting is this Friday, July 18th at 1 p.m. There is going to be a block party in my neighborhood off of Vinewood Court. It's called the Block Party on Awkward Island at August 2nd at 4 p.m. It's great neighbors that have been organizing community events over there. I attended the local progress convening in Chicago along with council members Tucson and Simmons. It was wonderful. Specifically got to learn more about Chicago and Evanston's care team, which is basically an alternative response to unarmed crisis response. Got to tour one of the Chicago care team's vans, meet some of the clinicians that man the vans, and yeah, learn about how they've been able to implement and roll these programs out. It's very exciting. And the other thing that was very relevant, I was in a session, I believe you were as well, Councilmember Tucson, about municipal, basically learning about different approaches to diversifying funding streams for municipalities facing budget shortfall. So I will be bringing that information to council and staff to like start exploring what we could do in these very trying times. Other than that, I talked to the city manager the other day about some Water Street related items. One of the things I was hoping to see was a sign that kind of clearly states that there's high levels of pollution in a certain area, and I did walk the entire Water Street, and all I saw was those signs from February that said, "Hey, we're gonna start tree removal. It's not safe to be here for that." But it didn't really mention anything about pollution, so I'm hoping we can put a clear signage being like, "Hey, this is dangerous to be here." And the last thing is I was added to a group of people's chat that has like 100 people in it, and they are all coordinating transportation between Ypsilanti and Detroit. This is just like, you know, people that both live in Ypsilanti and Detroit. They're doing lots of commutes, but it's getting a lot of conversation going about what can we do to actually expand transit service for you know, Ypsilanti, the airport, and Detroit. And a lot of times the Michigan Flyer was brought up since they're already going from Ann Arbor to Detroit. And so I'm interested in connecting with the Michigan Flyer. Maybe we can convince them to stop in Ypsilanti on the way to the airport in Detroit, and that would make a lot of people happy. So that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember McLean.
Two things. One is just maybe a question for city manager, but is there any status update on searching for a qualified real estate professional for locating possible site for DVS?
The RFQ has been drafted. Bonnie's just looking it over for final comments, and then we'll post it, probably leave it up for about 2 weeks. Review those and bring it over to council to make a determination.
Thank you for that. And the other one is, I'll be brief about this, could say more, but you know, we've all probably heard the harrowing stories of the flooding in Texas and the loss of life and the still missing people that number in triple digits. You know, and we're also hearing tales of lack of preparation and planning in that certainly cost human lives. But it also made me think, you know, this is not just about those people. This is about all of us, because in a warming climate, these catastrophic rain events are happening more frequently. They are even worse than they have been in the past. And so it makes me wonder, what would Ypsilanti look like if we had 5 inches of rain in 1 hour? What would it look like if we had 10 inches of rain, God forbid, in 1 hour? You know, what have we ever modeled this? What would that look like? How many of our households are covered by flood insurance, which is not part of your typical property and casualty insurance? And people typically find that out after they realize they're not covered after kind of an event. And you know, what kind of information do we even have to share, and how do we share it about what does higher ground look like in Ypsilanti? But in these kind of flood events, you know, 10 feet, which might look like a flat road sometimes, actually you find out where the dips are, and you don't want to find out by losing human lives that way. So I think it's the kind of thing that maybe ought to be a wake-up call for all of us. I talked a little bit about it when I first applied to be on this council, but kind of knowing what it looks like if we were to have a catastrophic event is the first step, I think, in trying to figure out what might we do to plan for it.
So we do have emergency plans, and that's something that we can definitely provide to council by email.
I want just to add on to that, because I think I brought this up. It had to be a month or two ago, maybe last month, when we were talking about tabletops as well. That's been something that I've in several conferences I've gone to where they've brought up the idea of like having actual meetings, whether it's twice a year or quarterly, where, you know, executive leadership and the mayor and whomever, we come together and we walk through scenarios with our police, fire, DPW, and our county partners and even neighboring municipalities to know where would we all go if something was happening in the region on the east side of the county or just in the city or whatever. And that's been a question that has come up when folks have talked to me around, like, do we know who's going to be the spokesperson? Like, who's going to, you know, what are we going to do? And all my years, we've never had a conversation like that. So something that we could think about doing. I know capacity, everybody's stretched, but as we watch like more and more catastrophic things happening, whether it's, you know, natural disasters and or other that we see happening across the country and the nation, I think we need to be a little bit more proactive about that. Oh, sorry.
Nothing at this time. That was there's an annual session at the MML conference. Just be prepared. And that, is really poorly attended. And
Yeah.
you know, that needs to change. Nothing for me.
Okay. I guess, the only thing I'll bring up, I guess I had some things written down, but Director Wessler, Washington Hamilton. I know, we know, but I have personally observed 4 accidents in like the last week and a half over there, just coming back into the city. It is just, it's so dangerous right there. With the buses, that turn is tight. We know that it moves the cones from time to time. Folks do not know how to utilize those lanes. They are not reading the signage. Folks are crashing into each other every day, basically. And the folks who live in the 2 houses on the corner have personally reached out to me. Oh, okay. It reached out to me about that. Like, cars end up in their yard, their mailbox, stuff getting knocked over or whatever. So again, I don't know what we do because it's been brought up before, and I know some of it is not necessarily just all on us, but it's just a dangerous intersection right now. And people are gonna be hurt badly, worse than we've already seen. I don't want to. I'm trying not to use like dramatic language, but it's happening so frequently. I'm really worried. Yeah, please. And I guess my other question would be, why is there not even in terms of the lights, the same as what is on Huron and Cross, like the turn arrows are there, but not at this intersection over here, and they're basically configured the same way, even though I think the intersection is a little bit larger over there. A lot larger, but they're the same function. So
we've had some talks with MDOT about improving that intersection, and they have some very low cost, low hanging fruit. There are some improvements that we might be able to do with enforcement, because I personally reviewed 53 crash reports, and the vast majority are people who are going straight when people are turning. I say vast majority, that's actually about 60%. The other 35% are people who can't stay in their own lane as
their turn.
And then 5% are just kind of wild cards. So there are a number of measures that we've spoken with MDOT about. They're not transformational measures, though. Ultimately, there is a lot of driver education. We see the same things out here at the Huron Street thing,
Oh
particularly.
yeah, right here.
Double turns. People seem to find that very challenging overall. Yeah, people want to end up in different lanes. I don't know if people aren't paying attention or what's going on with their lives. Good news, bad news is that we, over the last year and a half, reviewing all of those crash reports, unless somebody is truly blasting it through that intersection, which could happen. We've seen it on Washington in front of Dom's, unfortunately. They are generally going to just be property damage. And I've been in one of those crashes. I understand it is not a very pleasant situation. But it is, no, actually, I'm not going to say it's very low risk, because that's just going to jinx it. So we are familiar with the issues. I do not know if anybody has solved the issue of double turns and people not changing lanes. One of the issues is that since we do have that southbound traffic coming off of Hamilton, in a perfect world, we'd be able to set up a row of delineators that says, hey, if you are in the right lane, stay in the right lane. If you are in the left lane, stay in the gosh dang ding dong left lane, or go straight. But don't slide where you feel. We're looking at additional advanced signage. We think that some of the issue might be some people not knowing that you need to turn right in order to go down Hamilton and onto 94 and onto the township. Some people not knowing where they're going, basically. But the reports don't give you that level of granularity. They're like, are you speeding? Are you not speeding? Are you drunk? Are you not drunk? Was the pedestrian involved? A bicyclist involved? Positions of the cars. Happy to share with you all sorts of reports on that, which were generously provided by the police department. They had to do a whole heck of a lot of work in order to get me those. But yeah, it is really surprising the number of accidents given how many double turns we have already in this city that seem to function okay. I don't know what it is about that intersection.
I think it's a change, and it's been the way it was for a long time, and people are not. I also believe there's not good enough signage, and there could use one of those arrow lights or something I think that would help. Again, I am no expert on this, but
I can definitely
the
suggest
difference
that.
over there, you can tell,
Mhm.
and it stops folks from turning left,
Mhm.
even though it's one-way traffic coming, and that could help, I think.
Yeah, the no left turn up there, just to put this point out there as a point of education, is mainly to protect the pedestrian phase on that other leg. So in case anybody asks you, I'm stuck at that light all the time and I can't turn left. Why the heck is that? It's so that people can actually cross the street on foot.
But I'm considering that here too. There's lots of students who live over here, lots of, cyclists, like there's people who are crossing over there too.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think it would have the same impact for safety overall.
Yeah, there isn't a downstream crossing.
Well, there isn't,
Yeah.
but yeah.
There actually, hold that thought, actually. So once upon a time, a very long time ago, I want to say in maybe 2019, 2020, we did a request that MDOT put in, RRFB crossings at Pearl Hamilton, Pearl Huron, and Hamilton Ferris down by Town Century Place. They ran into real estate issues with that and utility routing and all of that, but I believe, knock on wood, they're in the final phases of sorting that out, and it should be coming within the next 12 months. So that will be an added pedestrian safety measure that we'll have in place at those intersections.
So a year from now, we'll be a little safer. I love that.
And they're on track to add a left turn phase to Prospect in Michigan too.
Thank you. Then I'll just, beat my normal drum around the bike lanes on Hamilton and the fact that those pole things are too far out because cars are still driving down them and making rights onto Harriet and parking there as well. So very, very dangerous as well. People are dipping in, folks are on a bike, somebody's dipping in to pull up and throw their hazards on to do something, including delivery vehicles, which is so inappropriate.
Yeah.
So just very scary to watch and have to watch people almost be like sideswipe turning up towards Perry often as well. And I'm going to keep bringing that one up because that was a terrible configuration.
So that configuration is so that we can plow the snow and.
I understand, but it's bad. It's dangerous. It's really, really bad.
I mean, if our plow trucks can get through there and our street sweeper can get through, a vehicle can get through.
Oh yeah, it's bigger. Yeah.
Like all of them are like that.
That's what I mean. But that one over there is like,
I've had to go, and it's always hard because to go around the cars, you have to go into traffic to get around them. It's horrible.
Yeah.
Which
section? Well, this isn't even, and I was just like on, was that Huron?
Oh, when
And somebody was just, and somebody was just like parked there. And I was like, and then they're like, hey, and I'm like, I'm not telling you, hey, I'm telling you to move.
Yeah.
Because I have to go into traffic that's going fast because they think it's a highway.
Yeah.
I guess I more often see like the turn on Hamilton, but I do see cars in that one on Huron too.
Yeah, no.
But anyway, I just can't get over that because I just don't, it's so dangerous.
I want to request of all of you, and also as a point of education, whenever you do see people parked in that bike lane, please call dispatch. Dispatch will dispatch parking enforcement, or if it's off hours, a police officer to help them learn the error of their ways.
Thank you. Please don't do that. Okay, thank you.
They can't enforce on that.
All right. Well, yeah. So again, I know I appreciate the education on like why they're so wide, but I strongly oppose those if they're bad. All right. I didn't mean to do this for that long, but whatever. City manager.
Okay, well, getting to what Councilmember Simmons said, we met with LEAP yesterday, and had a good conversation. This is in reference to budget amendment for $14,000 to do a study of our police department. Kind of what I would like to know is this is within the city manager's buying power. It's within our purchasing power to hire this group to do this assessment. Would council like to have a discussion regarding it, or perhaps have Lee present before moving forward? What is council's temperature on that?
Councilmember Fellows?
Coming from this convening where there was like a lot of discussion about different, alternative response plans, almost every single one were like talking about LEAP specifically and how great it was to work with them and how they analyzed all their data and did a great job. So I feel pretty informed at this point, so I feel comfortable moving forward, and especially with this, it's a small cost, it seems, if it's within your discretionary spending, so I support it. But I understand if other people want to learn more about it too.
Just right quick, one of the things that we also talked about is, you'll notice like it's not all the costs, partially for a survey, but then also one of the things we also talked about is doing a site visit. If folks are interested in doing a site visit to another program. So like one of the programs that's come up a lot is in Dayton. And so I was like, well, we could do a day trip to Dayton. So anyway, that just as another piece of this, which is another program that LEAP did help and support. So, but that also came up with the sheriff, conversation with the sheriff too, who's interested in helping to support, and said that they could at least like support with staff support too.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd prefer at least a little bit more discussion.
I'd take a presentation, that's fine.
I agree.
Yeah, won't hurt to get a presentation.
I'll reach out to them and see when they have availability.
Yeah, so that's good. And well, never mind. I'll wait.
Just want to remind everyone about the cleanup day in Frog Island right before the open house for the police and the fire department. Also, just to remind council, the next council meeting isn't until August 12th, so you have a few weeks off. So enjoy your time away.
Clerk, I know you have something.
I do. So the youth mini grant application period is open. We actually received one. Yeah. And it will be open through the end of September. Those that were on the commission get them regularly to review. So that's exciting that it's open, and there's already one that's come in. So anyone else, please apply. Not great news. Washtenaw Intermediate School District Board has voted at their June meeting to put a proposal to the voters regarding a new millage. It'll be in November, which would mean that we would have a November election. But they might be reconsidering it. So we're waiting to see that the county has informed them of the increased costs due to early voting. So they might be rethinking it and putting it onto an election where they wouldn't have to bear the cost. So that is kind of my hope, and I'm sure several other clerks' hope, but we will wait and see. And when I know if we're going to have an election in November, I will let you know. We will know by the 4th of September. And I have contacted all of the suggestions that council brought forward for your retreat. It looks like, so there are a couple of facilitators that have not responded to me yet. I'm hoping to have the information on the facilitators for you by Friday, if I can talk to the rest of them that I haven't been able to. But it does look like Montebello Park in Pittsfield has kind of raised to the top as the location. Several locations were unavailable or didn't kind of meet the criteria where council was looking for something that was indoor and outdoor, or a really public space. A couple weren't available. So as long as, if council doesn't have a problem, I think that's probably the best location. Full disclosure, the clerk's office put a deposit down because I was fearful that it would get booked. So we do have that booked. But if anybody has any problem with that, I will send information so everybody I mean, I'm sure you guys have an idea of what's going on there with the new pavilion, but I will send you a little more information so you can take a look at it. As I send you, for the facilitators as well.
Any chance we could get our fees waived? Kidding.
I tried, no, not a
You
resident.
don't have any friends there? Okay, that's fine.
So I will, send some more updated information to you, and then we can move forward from there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You did a lot of work for us, so thank you.
It's a quick question. How long are we gonna be at the retreat? I forgot what the hour range was.
Right now, we didn't even pick, did we?
I think it's somewhere between 4 to 5, 4 to 8.
Okay.
Correct. So, it's your choice. I am gonna suggest the full day. I think it makes sense. As we've been doing more research on this, it looks like, we can have a facilitator that can go through and do most of this work with you. But I would also like, to add a few games, that like the city manager and I could facilitate. I think they would help and it would break up some of that sort of like classroom time.
You're not talking about like Sushi Go, but you're talking about, because I have the party version of that. So
Okay. Send it my way.
And so I just want to put out, if we are going to be there all day, would we have to consider food accommodations?
Absolutely. So I've kind of put together a budget. And I have included like some breakfast items, a lunch, and then those are all choices that you could make as well. I could give you, a few different suggestions, a few different options, and then you could choose between them, But yes, absolutely. There would be, some kind of breakfast, snacks, and lunch. And candy. You need candy to keep going through the day.
yeah, thank you.
What's our date?
September 12th,
Oh, it's
right? Friday, the 12th of September.
Yeah, put it on in there. It was it. Because we,
Oh, it's
we
already there. It's already there.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, because we did say that because we didn't want to.
Oh,
I know
I
we
was
didn't.
like, wait a minute, y'all.
Remember, we
All right. Anything else, city clerk? Because
That's it. Thank you.
All right, everybody. It's 10:58. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Well.
Oh. Oh, what's up with my hand?
Hope this is Friday.
I know.